Muhammad Ahmed Mahmood, Assistant Professor, Dr. Istvan Hagen, who will be presenting.
Yes, yes, please. Good morning to
Yes,
everyone.
please carry on. Yeah.
First, I would like to give you full thanks for giving this opportunity and congratulations to the successful of the 6th CEO Congress for today. So many thanks for the leading university and the staffs and the coordinators for today's conference, and also the moderators and all staffs that organize it, this opportunity for us. So because we have a short of time, we have to begin. Our topic is related to a working capital management and profitability evidence from Europe. My name is Amaj Mohammed Ahmed. So can you hear me, please? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible. Yes, please carry on.
Thank you. Thank you. So the agenda of my presentation is, first, I would like to give the introductions and the background and the importance of the topics and the components and the study objectives. Then I will follow the literature and prior studies, and then I will focus on methodology that we use it in this particular study. And then I will pass to the finding and discussions, and the last section will be conclusion of recommendations. So to begin with working capital management, so it's really important to know that the working capital management is globally recognized by the managers in different levels, whether it's in the top or middle or it's low levels, because it has the significant impact on the profitability and firm performance. Also, it offers the adequate level of liquidity, because the liquidity will help us to understand the soundness of the companies and to see whether we meet the current commitments and the obligations. So the working capital management also is related to the current assets and current liabilities, which is the significant proportions of the total assets that the company has. So the main components that we focus on this research, these are the account receivable, accounts payable, cash conversion cycle, liquidity and the cash holding. Later we will explain each of them. So the study objectives, overall, the objective is like how the working capital management efficiency affect the profitability of the listed non-financial firms that listed on at the Frankfurt and Oslo Stock Exchange. Inside the Europe, we catch the data for 2 European countries, which is the 2 industrialized the countries. More specifically, we want to know how the account payable conversion cycles and how the receivable conversion cycles and how the cash conversion cycles and cash holding and liquidity can affect the return on assets and return on equity as a measurement of profitability. So from the prior research, there are some researches that explain the relationships, and the results are mixed. Some of them is positive, some of them is negative, some of them is non-linear relationship. However, to our understanding, there is still a very few research that focuses on these particular topics, specifically on European countries and on non-financial firms in particular. So we choose Germany and Norway because these are 2 companies that's industrialized countries, and they are dominating most of the markets, specifically the German companies. So from the literature, I would like to first explain the account receivables, how it's affected the profitability. So first, we have to know the average time we needed to turn the company's account receivable into the cash after the sales is made, it's related to the account receivable. And we can divide it by the receivable amount and to the daily received. In this case, we want to know collecting the account receivable more quickly is efficient or slowly is efficient. From the previous literatures, the argument is different. Some of them, such as Alvarez in 2022 and Imish et al. In 2020, and the Jakubov on 2017, argued that the associations between account receivable and company's profitability is the relationship is positive, which means that collecting more quickly is better than the later collections. However, the others have different ideas. They say that the collection should be based on the customers, the perspectives, rather than the pushing the customers to pay back the money. Therefore, the first hypothesis will work like this. There's the significant correlations between the account receivable conversion cycles and the profitability indicators such as ROA and ROE. The second, the hypothesis development, we focused on the accounts payable. We want to see what's going on with accounts payables. The payable cycles can be explained by the average time between the purchasing of the raw materials or any product and the cash payments. So the accounts payable involves the accumulated expenses and the trades and trade credits, which gives the continuous funding for the companies. So any delays in the payments will lead to the suppliers may extend the payable periods. However, it may get some troubles for the company. So whenever we delay to the payments, the cash conversion cycle will be in the triangle. So the prior investigations also give a different ideas. Some, the arguments say the relationship should be positive, while the others perspective that the relationship may be negative. So therefore, the second hypothesis in our study, it's built like this, there's a positive connection between the payable deferral period and ROE and ROA. The third, the hypothesis development is related to the cash conversion cycle. So now, cash conversion cycles can be seen as one of the main components in the company, and the manager should be careful. So the cash conversion cycles can be expressed in a daily because it's everyday activities, and it's the period between the firm's expenses for acquiring the materials and the receipt of the revenue from the selling completed goods. So as a result of this, it can be seen as a good component for the companies. So this study has also used the cash conversion cycle as an indicator for the working capital management. So several studies argued that the cash conversion cycles have the positive effects on the firm performance. Therefore, the third hypothesis is built such as there's a positive connections between the CCC, which is cash conversion cycles, with the profitability proxies. So the next one is liquidity and profitability. So what's the relationship between them? So the idea of liquidity is clear for everybody. So it's characterized by the amount of the availability of the cash, which can be obtained quickly to pay its debts. The management should understand how to manage and control working capital management. So it's really important for the management to know the ratios, because finally the company will go to the collapse if there's no the good ratios for the liquidity. So this means that the management working capital will deliver the useful level of the liquidity to support the firm's activity by the automatic funding, which can be seen as an important key due to the less liquidity and credit issues from the crisis. In the context of this relationship, the majority of the studies preferred the positive relationship between them. Therefore, the fourth hypothesis we build it for the European countries, such as there is a positive connection or relationship between the dependent and independent variable in this matters. The last one is cash holding. So the cash holdings, holding cash may be benefit for the shareholders by increasing the financial flexibility and decreasing the cost of transaction as well. However, putting cash on an investment may be better for the companies to have a more return and increase the profitability as well. So from the prior research, so we have the positive connections between these variables. Following the prior investigations, we also said that the connection is positive between the cash holdings and ROA as a measurement of the profitability. The material and methods. So we used panel data analysis contained from 42 listed manufacturing companies. However, initially we are aiming at 50 firms, but 8 of them removed it due to the unavailable data by them or missing some financial data. Therefore, we finalized it 42 listed manufacturing firms. After collecting the data from the annual financial reports of the non-financial listed firms, so we used the OLS methodology to analyze the data, and finally we choose the fixed effects model as a suitable model for our study. The data is collected from 2007 to 2021 as well. So the definition of the variables is like this. We have 2 dependent variables, which is ROA, return on assets, which is measured by the total net income to total assets.
Professor Mohammed, just a humble reminder that you are on your 12 minutes. So
okay.
Kindly, if you want that.
Okay, so later in the proceeding books you will see the variables. So I will move to the result and discussion is better. And this is our study models. We have 2 models for the profitability. So from the findings, it's very clear for the descriptive statistics. We have the highest mean value for accounts payable. So, and we have a lowest the mean value for the ROE. From the skews and coordinates, we find that the data in our study is normally distributed. So for this purpose, we can go for the processes. So the most important part in the next sections. This is a Pearson's correlations. We use the Pearson's correlations and the variation inflation factors to see the degree of multicollinearity and collinearity issues. And according to the previous studies, if there's any relationship above, so 70% between the dependent variables, so multicollinearity can be an issue. However, according to the table 3 in the Pearson's correlation matrix, there was no correlations above 70%. So therefore, we say our study is free from the collinearity issues. So we built another test, which is the variance inflation factor, VIF. So according to the prior investigations, VIF should be above or lower than 6, and the tolerance value should be greater than 0.1. And based on these results, the VIF is so like the lower than 6, and also the tolerance value is greater than 0.1. Therefore, we can safely say that there was no multicollinearity and collinearity issue in our study. So the last part is this, which is the results and discussions. Based on the regressions, we can safely say that account receivable has a positive effect on the profitability indicators, as it can be seen, which means that 1% in efficiency cash conversion, the account receivable conversion period will affect the ROA by the 0.03% and 0.031%, so on profitability will be increased. However, for the accounts payable, the result will be negative. So it means paying back to the suppliers more quickly is better than the late, because any late will cause to our profitability and performance to be decreased by 0.005% and 0.04% in case of ROE in model 2. Cash conversion cycles have a positive and significant association with both models by 0.02% and 0.06%. The current ratio also have a positive and significant effects at 10% level of significance. So it means that the both of them, the cash conversion cycles more quickly, and the current ratio, having a good ratio, is very important for the company because it has the positive association with the profitability indicators as well. So while the cash holding, it said it's negative, it means that putting money on the holding cash inside the company and not putting on the investments will have a negative effect on the profitability. So it's better for the company to use the cash in the safe investment as well. The rest is control variable, which is the firm size and the solvency ratios. We just put it to see.
Professor Mohammed, you're on your 15th minute, so
okay.
please.
Yeah, just I need one minute only.
Yeah, sure.
So the R square, it said the adjusted R square is 79%, which the level is good because it means that the independent variables explain the dependence by 79% almost. So from the conclusion, we can say that our investigation is to see how the working capital management affect the profitability on the listed companies on Frankfurt and Oslo Stock Exchange. So we find that some of the indicators of the working capital management, such as account receivables and cash conversion cycles and the cash ratios and the others, have a positive effect, which it's important for managers to consider it. However, the accounts payable have a negative effect on the profitability. Our paper is not free from limitations. We propose for the further research, future research, to focus on the
Professor Mohammed, we also have limitations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening and giving this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for winding up, and thank you for this meticulous and objective research on this particular field. Now I would request our next speaker, is Bernard Timtotus, Professor Iyer Roy, HM Semble, Professor Dr. Vivek Mardaviha Darayanto. They will be presenting paper on financial health of PT SIDO Mankal TBK according to Altman Z-score in the period 2018 to 2022.
Yeah, thank you, Roy, or I can say Pradipta, and good afternoon all. I'm Bernard Timotius, graduating from IPMI International Business School, Indonesia. I will be presenting financial health of PT SIDO Muncul according to Altman Z-score, supervised by Professor Roy and Professor Wiwi. My agenda today, we are going to have this little introductions, getting to know what is the PT SIDO Muncul, go through the literature review, the methodology. Of course, we are using the quantitative research and secondary data, the findings of this, and also the conclusions. And then nowadays, due to COVID-19 pandemics, people behavior changed to more concerns on their health and also maintaining their immune systems, and this give the opportunity of herbal medicines in the ready to drink expanding their business in Indonesia. And a glance of PT Sido Muncul. PT Sido Muncul already established for more than 70 years, and they have 122 distributions throughout Indonesia, and they're actually already listed in the Indonesian Stock Exchange since 2013. And their CAGR on sales from 2018 until 2021 at 9%, and they can manage their payout ratio to their shareholders above 90%. So PT Sido Muncul actually has three product segments that they sell. First is on herbal supplements, food beverages, and pharmaceuticals. And most of their revenues is coming from these herbal supplements, and their product is actually a market leader in Indonesia called Tolak Angin. And this is a glance of financial statement in PT Sido Muncul. This is a busy chart, but I would like to highlight on the net sales. If you see from 2018 until 2021, they have a very good growth in their net sales. However, in 2022, they have lower net sales because of these normalizations due to COVID-19 in 2021. So in 2022, the COVID situations in Indonesia is much better than 2021, and it's also impact to their comprehensive income in 2022. So besides the lower sales, they also have these higher raw materials and inflations. Therefore, their comprehensive income is much lower in 2022 compared to 2021. Since my research is talking about the potential bankruptcy for PT Sido Muncul, I will be using this Altman Z-score. And the Altman Z-score formula that I'm using is representing the manufacturing formula, where above 3%, above score 3, indicating the financial performance is good. Between 1.23 until 3, actually they are in the critical stage, and below 1.23 is actually this company potentially bankrupt. And we are going to see or to calculate the ratio of working capital to net sales, the retained earnings to net sales, where this ratio showing that whether the company has spare fund to do capital expenditure for business growth, as well as to pay dividends to their shareholders. The earning before interest and tax to total sales demonstrate that this company can pay their finances operations and make debt payments. Market value of equity to liabilities. And the last one is on sales to total assets, to see the level of effectiveness of a company to generate sales by optimizing their assets. The methodologies, I will not repeat again, since I just used the secondary data, which is the financial statement, and applied that to the Z-score model. The finding here is that all of these ratios from PT Sido Muncul that we calculate using Altman Z-score actually showing a positive results. All of the ratios here, where this result to saying that the PT Sido Muncul of the Z-score of PT Sido Muncul is beyond than the minimum score of Altman Z-score, which is 3. So from 2018 until 2022, they are actually above score of 3. And the conclusion that I can give to this study is that despite of a challenging year in 2022. Actually, PT Sido Muncul can thrive through the challenging situations, through the disruptions of high tensions on Ukraine and Russia, which caused a high inflations and high raw material prices. And overall, the score of Alman Z score for PT Sido Muncul is above 3, where it's showing that this business is very sustainable and they are actually the safe zone from bankruptcy. So that is what I can share to all of you on my research. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. And a special thanks to you for being on time. That is most important. And thank you, of course, for this objective research, which is not really very known to most of us. Thank you once again to all of you. Now I move on to our second presentation, that is on digital banks. Financial ratios reveal the impact of financial inclusion's business model on the banking sector in Indonesia. The presenters are Ms. Lindawati Oktavani, TAN Professor Dr. Ms. Vivek Mardaviha Daryanto.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Let me
Yeah.
share my screen. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lindawati Oktaviani Tan from Indonesia. I will present Digital Bank's Financial Ratio, reveal the impact of financial inclusion's business models on the banking sector in Indonesia. This journal has been completed together with Prof. Wiwi. Thanks so much, Prof, for your valuable insight and input. Okay, these are the agenda. As an introduction, I will elaborate on the background of the increasing growth of digital banking in Indonesia from 2019 until now as an alternative to traditional banks. Financial inclusion became the common goal globally during the post-economic crisis in 2008, whereby the most significant adverse impact of the economic crisis is experienced by the bottom of pyramid, what we call as unbanked population. Why? Because those population are lacking access to reliable financial services, since they are being cut off from the opportunities to survive hard times, improve their economic well-being, smoothly manage their family finances, and over time escape poverty. Exclusion also prevents the micro, small, medium enterprises are prevented from gaining ready access capital to expand their business and create jobs. Who are they? These are the characteristics of the unbanked population in Indonesia. First, they work in the informal sector, have non-fixed income, have no salary script or evidence of income, have no financial records about their spending and income, and for productive sector, they only have online stores, and they don't have any physical stores. They also have low financial literacy, have no collaterals, and they don't have any credit history in our credit bureau. Financial inclusivity has become the key priority of the Indonesian government, as stipulated in the prevailing regulations, such as President Regulations, Financial Services Authority or OJK regulation, and Central Bank. We are going to deep dive on the Central Bank regulations pertain to the Macroprudential Inclusive Financial Ratio or RPIM framework. In this framework, the bank industry has 3 options to achieve the financial inclusivity. The first pillar or the first options in the green is basically direct financing or supply chain. And the second option, financing through non-bank financial institutions like financing companies or P2P lending. And the third one, they can have the financing through investment securities. For instance, issuance of bonds with the underlying of financial inclusion loans. We will be focusing on the second options since this best describes the business model of digital banks. Okay, we will discuss the differences between digital bank business model versus the traditional business model in the 4 different aspects. First aspects pertain to the range of product and customer segment itself. Digital banks in Indonesia mostly focus on the retail individual segments, and the scheme, they usually have the joint financing and channeling loan arrangement with financing companies and P2P to provide unsecured or secured product to unbanked segment. While traditional banks, basically they applied universal bank business model. They have complete range of product and cover the complete segment from wholesale banking segment to retail banking customer. The second aspect pertain to the transaction fee and cost, whereby digital banks offer a more attractive rates, particularly for low deposit placement and free of admin charges or transaction charges to encourage the unbanked population to do the saving behavior. While for traditional banks, we know that they only offer the attractive rates for bigger ticket size, and they also charge the admin fee and transaction fee. The third aspects pertain to the customer acquisition and operation channel. Still, bank operates without any physical branches, relies on the online processes via mobile apps for the entire customer life cycle, starting from the account opening 24/7, anytime, anywhere. They don't need to go to branch. While traditional banks, they operate through physical branches across the regions, incorporates mobile banking feature to incorporate mobile banking transactions. While the last aspect pertain to the credit underwriting itself, whereby digital banks provide digital credit processes using automations, data-led like using the AI, and can deliver the funding very fast. While some traditional banks still require wide variety of document like proof of income and lack of data-driven processes and require longer time to approve the credit facility. Okay. For the financial services product itself, we can have the table over here to describe the range of product based on the customer segment. For bankable segment, the bank usually will offer like the SME, secured and unsecured loan, credit card, and the personal loan. For the unbankable customer with collateral, financing company is the one who cater the financing in form of car financing, motor financing, and pay later. Meanwhile, for the rest, the unbanked without collateral, they will have a microfinancing institution or P2P to cater the financing needs. And the product can be productive, can be consumptive. And if we can see the comparison between the corresponding interest rate and the risk premium is basically showing the risk-based pricing concept. The higher the interest rate, the higher the risk. Meaning for the unbanked customer, the inherent credit risk is basically higher, particularly for those that have no collateral. Okay, when we try to translate those table into the scatter graph will be like this. So the bank will have the lowest lifetime losses or the credit risk and the lowest pricing compared to multi-finance and P2P. And if you're talking about digital banks business model, they are the one who bridge between the unbankable segment needs that were catered by multi-finance and P2P, and they provide the funding sources through the joint financing and channeling loan scheme. Okay. The methodology of this research using the financial ratios. So basically we have some samples. Digital banks comprise of 3 digital banks, Bank Jago, Neocommerce, and BCA Digital. And for traditional banks, we have BCA, Sembiniaga, Bank Danamon, basically the part of top 10 banks in Indonesia, and also the financing company. So basically, if we're talking about the business model, what are the implications of the business model is basically very significant if we are talking about the financial ratio. If you see over here, the NIM for Bank Jago, Bank Neocommerce is basically double digit. On the other side, traditional banks have single digit of NIM because they have quite a complete range of product and they actually serve the lowest risk the lowest credit risk customer segment, like the NBFI, large corporate, multinational, commercial, and with collateral. That explains why the NIM generates the single digit, while for Bank Jago, Neocommerce, basically double digit. And why BCA Digital is small digit? Because again, the segment mix, their customer is small businesses, corporate, and individual. Meanwhile, the other two basically serving the unbanked customer, individual with low income, and small businesses, individuals. Okay. And this is to simulate why the NIM for traditional banks somehow provide the single digit, because they have quite complete customer segments, and the yield is basically quite ranging. Yeah, and the credit risk is basically complete from the lowest credit risk to the highest credit risk, plus with collateral. That explains why their NIM is single digit, and their cost of credit is also much lower compared to digital banks, which focus on financial inclusion business model, because they are unsecured and the inherent risk is the highest. Okay.
Ms.
And if
Lingawati, you are on 12 minutes, so please conclude.
3 minutes more, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, will do. Thank you. And then these are the trend analysis, yeah, of the ratio. So if talking about the traditional banks, they are more well established. Some of them already there for more than 50 years. That's why if we compare with digital banks, the trend analysis will have significant difference in terms of conclusion. Traditional banks will have more stable trend over the year, yeah, for the past 3 years. While for digital banks, since they just started their business in 2020 and 2021, some of them still making loss, and some of them already break even and also already generating profit. But the symptoms are the same, of which the NIM much higher compared to traditional bank, but it is compensated by the higher cost of credit. Again, risk-based pricing concept. And what is the key issue? So if we're talking about digital banking and financial inclusion, it's basically new for most of Indonesians. And sometimes there are some negative perceptions of digital banks, given the financial ratio are different with traditional banks, whether it is risky business, whether this is like a formal loan shark business, and whether this business is sustainable given the high or significant NIM compared to traditional banks. So digital banks financial ratio itself reveal the impact of financial inclusion business model in the banking sectors because of the different business model, and then it's in line with risk-based pricing concept. The cost structure is also different, and the cycle of entity is also significantly different. So the recommendations is basically first the alignment, because we know in the financial services itself, the OJK as the supervisory authority, they have banks, financing companies, and also P2P. And the question is whether we need the umbrella policy and alignment amongst the sectors. And the question is whether the banking business model, with more focus on financial inclusion, is expected to have universal bank business model. Meanwhile, we know that for financing companies, they're already there since long time ago. They serve unbankable customers, and their NIM is also already double digit. The last recommendation, this is the last slide. Some suggestions, the regulators and stakeholders need to understand each bank business model is different. We cannot simply compare the ratio at bank-wide level, because we need to deep dive based on the product and also based on the segment. And some ratio indeed need to be analyzed together. For instance, the NIM and COC, because like the risk-based pricing is basically the higher risk, the higher interest that need to be charged to cover the estimated loss. And then the alignment is needed amongst the OJK and the governments, whether digital banking should have diversified business model, or they can focus on financial model to accelerate the financial inclusion as it become the national strategy of the country. And the fourth one, regulator maybe can consider requiring the bank to provide more granular information on the lending rates and also the write-off to have complete picture. What is the implication of each segment and each product? I think that's all from this research. Thank you so much for the attention. Yeah, looking forward for the feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Lindavati, for your thought-provoking and very important area of research and this excellent, meticulously research paper. And I just want to add one thing, that people not just in Indonesia are skeptical about this payment bank. People in India are equally skeptical about it. So whenever your money is concerned and something is new, you are actually skeptical. Anyways, thanks you once again. And we'll move on to our next speaker. And our next paper is The Impact of Self-Identities, Passive Country Image and Institution Image on Intention to Choose Study Destination. The paper will be presented by Kim Min Suk, Dr. Ir Amelia Naim Indrajaya, and Dr. Ir Firdaus Babstech, MM. Who will be presenting your paper?
Dear Roy, I think the problem is with Kim Min Suk, my student right now. I think he is in Korea, so he is not able to do the presentation. So I'm really sorry. We will send you the video later.
Okay, so this paper will be presented by anyone else or?
No, so not for now, because he is
Okay.
not here. Kim Min Suk is not here.
Okay, so I'll call our next paper presentation, and the title of this paper is Employees Performance Enhancement Based on Collaborative E-Learning and Mediated by Training in Bank Syariah, Indonesia. Bank Syariah, Indonesia, a Human and Organizational Development Perspective. The paper will be presented by
Hello, Min Suk.
Wulandri, Dr. Devi Puspitandian, Faini,
Where are you?
ST Rachmat Pramukti, MC. Are the paper presentations present here?
I think Sri Nurfiani is here. Sri, do you hear us?
Can you hear us? Sri Wulandari, Dr. Devi Pushpita Nintayas Faini, ST Rachmat Pramukti, MC. Can we reach you? Okay.
Me? You call me? Sorry. Sri Nurfiani.
No, not Sri Nurfiani. So I'll move on to the next presentation. Both this paper 5 and 6 presenters are not present here, right?
We have just
Paper on the impact of
three presenters
self-identity.
left, sir, and Amelia has said that Kim Min Suk will send a video record. So we have left just one presenter, Sri Wulandari, Dr. Devi Pustianin Das, Fani, Rahmat, Mukti. If they are here, they can present their presentation. If they are not here, we will finish the session, I think.
Oh, Ibu Dewi is here. I think she will come. Yes, I just get this message that Ibu Dewi is coming. Okay.
Should we wait?
Yes, I think. How about the others? If some people can go first, it's better.
No, madam, there is no one left to present.
Actually,
their paper.
Sir Pradipta, we have finished
Yeah.
this session. We can announce the next session's presenters. Maybe some of them
Sure.
can present earlier in this session. We can.
Sure. We can move on to the next session. Because all the paper presentations are done and the 3 pending papers, one of them will send their video and 2 other papers are not being presented by the authors. So we can move to the next session and conclude the session. Or we can take a break of, say,
Asih Retno Devanti is here. Do you want to present your presentation 10 minutes earlier, Asih Retno Devanti? Do you hear us, Asih?
Yes.
Linda Wakti Octaviani already presented, right?
Presented.
Ready, Bu. Yeah, ready.
Yes, you have already presented, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So who's missing?
Asih
I think-
Retno can present, actually, Amelia.
Okay,
I
I will
think she's
present.
ready.
Yes,
Sorry for inconvenience.
I will share the presentation.
yes, madam, please carry on.
Good evening. Let me get started to present the result of our research under title Effectiveness of Project-Based Learning Models for Shop and Store Interior Design course, Interior Design Study Program, Faculty of Art and Design, Universitas Trisakti. This research to increase final score of the shop and store course with the project-based learning approach methods, because most students difficult to complete and create a portfolio that is correct, timely, and representative. The problems: most students just follow the guide, don't to work independently, not following the time schedule according to the schedule program, handouts are only stored in the G Drive folder, doesn't have a learning module and a module to complete the progress of the task. To overcome this problem, researchers use the following cycle. This is the step cycle, preliminary research, second project-based learning compilation and design concept, the third research implementation. This research using project-based learning Dicary model up to 6 steps, John Lamar's project-based model, 8 step, and Shop and Store Interior Design course, design concept. This is chart of the CARES project-based learning and in John Lamar's project-based learning, which consists significant contents, need to know a driving question, student voice and choice, 21st century competencies, in-depth inquiry, critics and revision, and public audience. Chart 1 by Dick Carey's project-based learning. Student research application, create programmatic concept and portfolio. For programmatic concept, student makes data analysis which consists history of store, owner, product sold, symbols, service system, display system, point of interest, product sold, circulation, payment system, archigraphia, window display, and study for element interior. To make studies which consists zoning, grouping plus user circulation, metric diagrams and bubble diagram, floor and ceiling plan, wall treatment and mechanical electrical. Portfolio which consists working drawing and presentation drawing. For working drawing which consists study alternative layout, section drawing, furniture concept, and working drawing. Building construction detail and interior. For portfolio presentation drawing, which consists view drawing, perspective sketch, axonometry, mock-up, and material and color scale. Literature review. This is books and journal reference that we use. Methodology. This study uses a project-based approach methods to increase the final grade of the shop and store interior design course with the following steps. Using project-based learning, the CARE models up to 6 steps, and John Lamar's project-based model, stop and store interior design course design concept. This is an example portfolio by Dwitya Putri. This is a working drawing, layout, floor plan, ceiling plan, mechanical and electrical. This is section drawing, presentation drawing, perspective in 3D, conclusion and recommendation based on the result of the experiment stage carried out, the result of the study development of project-based learning models for the sub-store course interior design study program, Faculty of Art and Design, Universitas Trisakti, can be conclude that first, the result of the study are recommended in the form of products like textbooks, lecture guidance, and study and student guidance. And the second, based on the result of the effectiveness and feasibility test of the product produced through the t-test, it is stated that the product produced is effective and decent and is recommended for use in the learning process of the shop and store course. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your presentation. And now I call our next speaker, who is speaking on aesthetics of design and the meaning of cultural actualization in the Islamic Center Mosque in Samarinda, East Kalimantan. Our speakers are Lala Nurina Kartika Iskandar,
Yes,
SDS, MDS.
Yes. Hello. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, merhaba. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to contribute to this international CEO Congress event. I would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Laila Iskandar as the first author, and my team Siti Febrina, Retno, and Rashidianti Alifa. We are from Interior Design Department, Faculty of Art and Design, Universitas Trisakti from Jakarta, Indonesia. Now we will present our research entitled Aesthetic Design and the Meaning of Cultural Acculturation in the Islamic Center Mosque, Samarinda, East Kalimantan. This is our agenda in the preparation of research and introduction. Architectural and interior design of Islamic Center Mosque, combining the Middle Eastern culture with local East Kalimantan culture. Aesthetic basically question the nature of natural beauty, work of art, and works of architecture and interior. Architectural and interior works as cultural elements contain beauty and values that are recognized for their validity objectively and subjectively. In aesthetic, the beauty factor is a phenomenon that has intrinsic and intrinsic values, namely values that are closely related to the outer form and the message or meaning contained in it. And the influence of the local culture and East Kalimantan, where there is Middle Eastern culture, that show the phenomenon of design in architecture and interior elements relate to design aesthetic and the meaning of cultural acculturation between the two of below. Okay. And the comparison, this is my literature review. The chapter 2 is a literature review. We quote from several journals and also books related to Mosque, design aesthetic and meaning, as well as architecture concept and interior design. The comparison of literature review take from previous research and the proposed research and using the reference in the table. And the chapter 3 is methodology. The method used is a descriptive method with a phenomenological theory approach that describes the elements of Middle Eastern interior architecture related to aesthetic, design, and meaning contained in Islamic Center Samarinda Mosque. The result of the collaboration of analysis obtained in the form of explanation, comparison, observation, notes, and document, and also interview or question according to the type of the data source and development mean relative theory. And this is in the process of how to think about the Islamic Center Mosque from social contact to cultural contact to occurrence of cultural contact that result that's building, and then building can affect change the occur of every form and of architectural and interior elements. These changes occur overall in the Islamic Center Samarinda Mosque, which give a distinctive Middle Eastern color with various other supporting elements. And the next chart is architecture and interior analysis chart. This is analyze the architecture and interior chart where the thought process the result in the Islamic Center Mosque reflecting the concept of the Middle East. And the 5 basic principles has values of meaning, function, and form that are interrelated in order to achieve an interpretation. Therefore, there are things that tend to be more dominant. Then the architectural interior building of the Islamic Center Mosque is Middle Eastern form. Okay, sorry. The chapter 4 is research finding and discussion. There are three parts that become the formulation of the problem, namely is design aesthetic, aesthetic study design in the meaning of symbol of Middle Eastern architectural and interior elements. The number one, what are the meaning of and symbol of architecture and interior elements in the Middle East? And number two, how did the architecture and interior elements of the Middle Eastern Mosque affect the Islamic Center Mosque? And the culture is influence of Middle Eastern culture that enter the city of Samarinda. Question is Islamic Center Mosque acculturated to Middle Eastern? And the last Mosque architecture is the application of Middle Eastern architectural and interior elements in the term of shape, ornamental variety, and exterior and interior. And question is, where are the application of Middle Eastern architecture and interior? And number two, what is the form of variety of Middle Eastern ornament in architecture and interior element? This is analysis of Middle East architecture and interior Islamic Center. In the phenomenological approach to the discussion of shape, shape cannot be spared from the place because the place is space that has different character, called the spirit of the place. Then come the conclusion that the shape of the orientation of the building at the Islamic Center Mosque is the result of a study involving the place of location and the beginning of the planning of the construction of the mosque. Okay, the building facade is the architectural and interior design of the mosque is a manifestation of cultural acculturation, combining Middle Eastern culture with local culture of East Kalimantan, interpreting the aesthetic element of the building design contained the Islamic Center Mosque. This is Nabawi Mosque, and then Sophia Mosque in Putrajaya, Malaysia, and then the Islamic Center Samarinda. The number one, the Mosque of shape, chapter architectural and interior element is the characteristic of Islamic civilization in the Middle East web in typical East Kalimantan ornament. This is the roof of the Islamic Center Samarinda Mosque in the form of the dome. Dome is inspired by the Prophet Mosque. And then the Mosque of shape. This is the characteristic. The Middle East Mosque in the shape of mosque roof and ornamental pattern that form geological complicated patterns, namely line, planes, curves, so many times passed in order the axis and the sign of measurement. And the three main gate of mosque. This is an experiential phenomenology that influence that occurred of reflection on what already exists in relation to the mosque. This is the picture of the dome of material in the main gate of the mosque is almost the same in the main dome of the mosque, which is made of concrete, covered with bars, and inside the dome made of imported mosaic tile from the geometrical ornament of bronze star. This number 4 is a platform mosque. The application of Middle Eastern architectural and interior element is the Islamic Center Samarinda. In the hallway or platform in the Islamic Center is a similar architectural style and form, but in general it can be distinguished between two forms or spatial layout with the mindset, concept, and culture of the community. And the last is main entrance of the mosque is concept tend to dominate following the architectural application of the Prophet Mosque is Medina. And the last is conclusion is Islamic Center Mosque is not acculturate with the mosque is the Middle East because it does not produce a new meaning
Madam,
and it
12
refers
minutes,
to
so
structural and
kindly
cultural
wind up.
difference that lie in difference of the country that cannot change. So it can be concluded the Islamic Center Mosque is characteristic of Islamic civilization in Middle East web in typical East Kalimantan. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insight of and your combination of culture and architecture, your knowledge over both these domains. Now I request our next presentation, that is on the antecedents of investor intention to invest in the Jakarta cryptocurrency market. The paper will be presented by Mr. Fadi Rendarahadi Irawan and Miss Lisa Augustina Maureen Nello and Mrs. Kat Jarifa.
Yes, I'm here, Professor.
Yes, please, madam.
Okay, so good afternoon from Indonesia. My name is Lisa Agustina Mauranello. I'm from IPMI International Business School. Allow me to present our paper by presenting my PPT. Okay, so the title of our paper is The Antecedents of Investor Intention to Invest in the Jakarta Cryptocurrency Market. So this is the paper from my former student, our alumni, Fadi Irawan, and then me as the supervisors, and also along with the supervisors of Ibu Cut Syarifah. So we're from IPMI International Business School, Indonesia. Then these are our agenda. So first of all, I would like to explain about the introduction. Second one about the literature review. The third one is about the methodology. The fourth one about the findings and discussion. And number 5 about the conclusions and recommendations. First of all, in the early of 2020, during the COVID-19 era, cryptocurrency tendencies in Indonesia increased dramatically. So a lot of our citizens use the cryptocurrency to increase their income, and then the hype and the viral came to our country as the alternate of investment rather than stocks or property, because at the time people were really struggling to earn income. However, as the research gap in Indonesia, especially it's in the capital city of Jakarta, saw a decline in the popularity tendency in the I think like in the mid of 2022. So the perception of cryptocurrency is negatively impacted by a number of issues. One of them because of the influencers. At the time, one of the influencers got caught because of the fraud. So that's why most of the citizens of Indonesia were declining in terms of trust, because they think that this is not a good investment, or like the fraud things inside of that investment. So that's why they wish to black campaign or just to remove their account to some of the banks. And then because of that, the focus of this research will be covering, analyzing the influence of investors' risk perception on investing intention in cryptocurrency, analyzing the influence of investors' perception on knowledge on investing cryptocurrency, and lastly, analyzing the effect of investors' trust perceptions on investing cryptocurrency, and testing the impact of investors' attitudes on investing intention in cryptocurrencies. So these are the focus of this research. About the literature review, there are some of the antecedents to be tested, such as perceived risk, and could be developed as the first hypothesis, like the investors' perceived risk have a significant effect on attitudes. Then the second antecedents would be the perceived knowledge. The perceived knowledge of cryptocurrency have a significant effect on attitudes. Then another antecedents, like the number 3, such as perceived trust of cryptocurrency, have a significant effect on attitude. Then the intervening variable over here that is called the attitude will directly impact on the investment intention. So this topic will regards on the behavioral behavioral finance, especially about cryptocurrency. So based on the previous studies, and the logical thinking. So these are the 4 hypotheses to be tested. About the methodology, the research design is about the quantitative, testing the indicators and hypotheses. Then number 2 is the data collection using primary and secondary data. And then it used like the online survey for about 2 months. Population, all investors of cryptocurrency in Indonesia. It has like, unfortunately, unknown numbers. Then the sampling method would be the purposive sampling, especially 115. Sorry, this is like the typo. 150 crypto investors, and we use SAMPLS. Yeah, the first one is the outer model, and the second one is the inner model. So SAMPLS is simultaneously approach like the structural model to test the outer model and then the inner model. For the outer model, we have 17 indicators, and the inner model, we test the R-square and hypotheses, and it has like 4 hypotheses to be tested. Findings, yeah, these are the discussion, the gender, more on the male rather than female. I'm really sorry, I think there's some issue over here from the participant because I cannot see some of the notes, like the red marks on the screen. I don't know why. Okay, so these are the respondents' profile. Most of the respondents are private employees and the entrepreneurs. And then the last education, mostly from bachelor's degree. Then about the results of the SEM itself, it has the indicator. So like I've said, there are 17 in total. Then all the loading factors are above 0.5, so it has to be valid. And then for the reliability, Cronbach alpha and composite reliabilities, they are past the requirements. And for average variance, the FEE, so all of them are past the requirements also. And then for the inner model, after we test the inner model, it has like 3 hypotheses to be accepted, and then 1 would be rejected. Number 1 is the perceived risk. Yeah, so it is negatively and significantly affect. And then hypothesis 2 is rejected because the t-statistic is below 1.96, and then the p-values is bigger, like 24%. However, for hypothesis 3 and hypothesis 4 are positively and significantly affect on the attitudes, and attitudes would be significantly and positively affect on the intention. So as the conclusion, perceived risk is one of many reasons that can influence perceived attitude. So it is negatively because of that issue, like I have encountered earlier. Because of that issues, most of the Indonesian, based on this research, said that they're still having like the tendencies to get to feel the risk upon their feelings to have a positive effect. So they have like the negative risk, perceived risk on that. However, about the trust and attitude are positively affect. Then for the rejected hypothesis, there are many factors that can determining why perceived knowledge is considered not significant. So for example, because of the sample is not that many, and then it has considered like the lack of variation on the variables. So that's why maybe the respondent says that they don't really know exactly, or maybe like in the blue knowledge about the cryptocurrency itself. So as the managerial implication, the company that produces Bitcoin needs to be able to regulate more in regards to the scam that happens, like 2 years ago in our country. Due to the numerous scams and Ponzi that have occurred at that time, potential investors' trust has been diminished, and they are reluctant to participate in cryptocurrencies, even though all investments are not really that safe. So thank you very much for your time and consideration. This is my contact, and then if you have any questions, I'm open to answer the question. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good afternoon from IPMI International Business School.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lisa Augustina, for your presentation and this very well researched paper, which is methodologically very, very sound, which followed all the steps of properly guided research methodology. Now we'll move on to the last paper of our session, which is slightly different from most of our speakers who spoke on finance, money market, banking, and other sectors. This paper is on leadership styles towards sustainability of human resources of an aviation school. The presentation will be done by Gomeriano V. Amurao.
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the CEO. It's my profound honor to make my presentation this afternoon, and I would like to share my slide. The research to my esteemed members of the academia, my dear colleagues, and the rest of the participants in this day's Congress. The title of the research is Leadership Styles Towards Sustainability of Human Resources in an Aviation School, I being a part of the Airlink International Aviation College. So the agenda would proceed as follows. We have the introduction, the methodology, then the literature review, methodology, findings and discussions, and conclusions and recommendations. Introduction. This research mainly used the path-goal theory of leadership styles. This qualitative research discussed the employees' perceptions and experiences of the leadership styles that they have encountered in the organization. Different leadership styles affect productivity and performance of employees. The human resources unit of the organization is indeed responsible for developing leaders who can meet the demand of the organization. The study is precisely aimed to determine the impact of directive, supportive, participative, and achievement-oriented leadership in attaining the success of rank-and-file employees. At the end of the paper, a leadership development strategy is provided in order to address the needs of my institution, Airlink International Aviation College, needs in terms of leadership development. Literature review focuses on human resource department must maintain and improve leadership development programs and recognize leadership capabilities. Through this, leaders or potential leaders rather, are empowered, which helps them successfully perform their roles. Human resource is also in charge of understanding the demands of the leadership that the company is currently implementing in line with its business strategies and objectives. The methodology. My dear colleagues, the researcher utilized a qualitative approach for this study. This aims to gather information about the insights, experiences, opinions of the rank-and-file employees of ALIAC, rather Airlink International Aviation College, or for short, ALIAC, regarding the impact of leadership styles on attaining their successes. Likewise, we utilize a descriptive method because this study requires the employees to describe their success and the impact of leadership styles on it. Through a descriptive qualitative approach, the respondents were able to freely express their answers to the interview questions conducted by this researcher. The findings and discussions are as follows. The first finding, the respondents are 23 rank-and-file employees from divisional offices of the school. who belongs to the age range of 22 to 56 years of age. In terms of years of service, employees 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 14, 16, and 20 are the respondents that have only been staying at the school for less than a year. The rest has been in service for 1 to 18 years. Based on the qualitative data, the following are the findings regarding the relationship between the respondents' demographic profile and their respective needs. The second finding, the goal of the employees, dominant need of employees. After analyzing the gathered data, the researchers are able to determine the dominant needs of the employees in ALYAC, which is the need for affiliation. 15 out of the 23 respondents revealed that they aim to build connections and relationships with other people at work. They also stated that they prefer and are comfortable working with a team. The second dominant need is the need for achievement, is revealed by 11 out of the 23 respondents. The researchers also discovered that 7 out of the 23 respondents have high needs for both achievement and affiliation. The other hand, the need for power is the less dominant needs of the employees in ALYAC, for it is only identified in 3 out of the rest of the respondents. Needs for achievement. The goal is to complete a task and have a good performance. Based on the data collected from the respondents, the support staff priority and goals are to complete all the tasks assigned to them and perform their job effectively. Completing their task is what they consider their success. Respondents were asked if they want to have the authority or be promoted, and the majority of the respondents answered that they are not aiming to be in a higher position or to be promoted. Since the respondents are too focused on completing their current task, they expressed that being in a higher position means that there'll be more responsibilities for them. For certain tasks, they believe that they can lead the other employees, but as of now, they only aim to improve and they do not want to handle more tasks and responsibilities. The third findings pertains to need for affiliation, hence building connections and relationships with co-workers. The majority of the respondents expressed that they have a strong need in building connections, not just with their co-workers or employees of other departments, but also with the students of the school. Having a strong bond with the people around you in the workplace makes it easier to perform tasks and find support whenever you encounter problems at work. Although tasks are assigned individually, employees prefer to work with a team because they feel that they are more comfortable and productive. The fourth finding, rank and file employees' assessment of their superiors' leadership style. Dominant leadership style. After this representation analyzed the qualitative data, the researchers discovered that the dominant style among the 4 leadership styles of superiors in ALYAC is the participative leadership style. 22 out of 22 respondents revealed through their experience that their superior is participative. The second dominant leadership style that the superiors are practicing in the school are directive and achievement-oriented, which is stated by 21 out of the 23 respondents. On the other hand, 18 out of 23 respondents claim that their superior is a supportive leader, which makes it the least practiced leadership style. Directive leaders provide adequate guidance and direction. To determine the experiences of employees under a directive leadership, the respondents were interviewed and some of them revealed that their directive superior gives them guidance and clear instructions which help them finish their tasks and keep them on the right track. Directive leadership style is and was found to be effective. The majority of the respondents claim that a directive leadership style is effective for them in terms of completing their task and in fostering their growth as employees. Respondents revealed that they are fine and grateful for being guided constantly. The negative side, however, of directive leader. Yes, sir.
Sir, can you summarize? I can't demand this.
Yes, I'm about to complete the presentation.
Thank you very
On
much.
the other hand, some respondents expressed their opinions and bad experiences under a directive leader. Unclear instructions, inappropriate tasks, bossy behavior, less interaction, creative restrictions, consecutive commands in given time make the directive leadership style ineffective to employees. Supportive leadership style is effective given that the superiors provide support to the employees' growth, give advice, value their well-being. Likewise, it was found that unsupported direct superiors are not conducive to the work task of the employees, and likewise, constant support boosts employees' morale and increase productivity. We have shown that achievement-oriented leaders help in achieving goals quickly, and the negative side of achievement-oriented leaders is that some of the respondents feel stressed whenever they're given complex tasks with high expectations. Likewise, participative leadership style fosters teamwork and collaboration. Employees feel heard, involved, and important. So here are the conclusions and recommendations. We need to understand employee successes. We have seen that participative leadership style fosters teamwork and collaboration. Employees want that they feel heard, involved, and important. And finally, leadership styles must be improved through communication, better interpersonal skills, continuing learning, and time management. Thank you again for your kind attention, and here are my communication details. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Amurao, for your insight in this topic and your excellent presentation. Now it's the end of this session.
I think Ibu Dewi is here, the one who missed the presentation before. Can we have her?
Dear Amelia, we have to skip to next section. We can listen her in the next session. We should close this session.
That would be great. That would be great. Okay, so I conclude this session, and I received, including both the sessions, we got 8 papers, 6 of which are mostly on finance, banking, economy, political economy. All of them are meticulously researched and focused research papers, focusing on and considering liberalism or open market economy as the reality of this era, and not just hoping for a better future. It's also working towards and contributed towards academically, of course, for a better place, to make this world a better place, financially sound and socially stable. So with this note, I thank everyone, all the authors and the guides who have guided these papers, and the most importantly, Professor Kerem Karadil, without whom these excellent work or this great endeavor would not have been possible. So thanks a lot to him. And with this, I hand over this session to Professor Dr. Savas S. Ates.
Yes,
and
I'm here.
Namaste from India, sir. Now it's over to you.
Thank you very much, and I want to appreciate the organization committee of the 6th International Social Sciences Congress. It is very important for the scientific area. And however, I want the opening speech is very short because the time is so limited. I want to invite to the first presentation, Justin Tanouja, Natanya DZ Beta. If you are here, would you please share your presentation of the effect of perceived emotional support on entrepreneurial intention mediated by entrepreneurial passion.
Excuse me, Professor. I'm just wondering how much time is given for the presentation?
Approximately 10 minutes, please, because of the...
Only 10 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I'll be presenting and the paper on behalf of my colleagues who are already present on this Zoom. Okay. Let me share the material for today.
Would you please? Yes, it's shown very well. There is no problem.
Okay. Can you see, Professor?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much for giving us the time for the presentation for today. This could be exciting moment, and the topic is also quite challenging. So the topic is basically what we've taken so far is about entrepreneurial issues. And the title we have chosen is The Effect of Perceived Emotional Support on Entrepreneurial Intention Mediated by Entrepreneurial Passion. Allow me to introduce my colleagues who have contributed to make this paper happening and also contributed basically about what we've done over the last few months. My first colleague is Justin Tonawijaya, and then Netanya Emilisa, Desi Asianti, Beto Oki, Baliartati, and myself, Andreas Wahyu Gunawan. The next slide will be actually the agenda that we are going to discuss from the introduction and also the literature review, and followed by methodology, finding and design, and at the end will be the conclusion and recommendation. We start over with the introduction, why we have chosen the topic. As we are now facing the global crisis and uncertainty facing the global business, and therefore we have to encourage millennials in particular to develop their own some sort of feeling, how to conduct to become an entrepreneur. Since the number of unemployed remains high and even greater, in particular in Indonesia, lots of unemployment are now in the market and the labor competition remains tight. And therefore, one of the possible solutions is becoming an entrepreneur. At the same time, to become an entrepreneur, we are now facing some challenges, problems, and even concern how to start off the business with very limited resources. On the one hand, they need some support as well as some passion and also the intention, and those become our objectives of our research. We've done a lot of readings and doing some secondary data to research, as well as the domain of the research that we have found. And we have concluded that only fewer studies have conducted of the three components to become entrepreneur. And there are some other ideas as well that we cannot find from the literature review. In addition to that, we have found there are some weak linkages between all those variables. From those basis, and therefore, we try to explore a little bit further about to become an entrepreneur, taking from different perspective and different research setting to ensure that to become an entrepreneur, and therefore you need some support as well as your intention. But in order to make your intention more realistic, and therefore you need your own passion in order to make it happen to become a good entrepreneur. As a consequence, the research setting that we have developed are taken from one prominent Joni Andrian Salon, who has spread across Jakarta, who has become more successful to become a very good entrepreneur and a good example for millennials as well as people who tend to become an entrepreneur. Taking from that point of view, and therefore, we have come to the theoretical perspective. What it means by emotional support is nothing more about mutual trust between the employees and the management of any companies. In this case, from Joni Andrian Salon across Jakarta. And therefore, it's not just about whether you are willing to become an entrepreneur, but also you need some support emotionally from the top management. in order to achieve your emotional support, and you really want to get some reinforcement from the management to reshape your passion, as well as to develop your own passion, to stimulate your understanding how to become entrepreneur, and therefore your own passion will be developed by the management itself in order to make your intention to become entrepreneur make it happen. And therefore, to become entrepreneur is nothing more about your positive attitude towards whatever you want to achieve. But once again, in order to maintain your intentional to become entrepreneur, everything stems from the emotional support given from the management. It's not just about the support from the management, it's also your own passion. All the three aspects have led to our 4 hypotheses. If you can see from the direct effect from hypothesis number 3, there's also the growing support from the management. Really need to find out exactly how to become your development of your intention to become entrepreneur may come from the support from management. In addition to that, if you look at for the diagram on the slide, to become an entrepreneur itself, you need to develop your own passion. From that basis, and therefore, we're trying to become that entrepreneurial passion can also play a critical role as the mediating variable to achieve the entrepreneurial intention. So from this basic, and therefore we can achieve the objective of the research, whether entrepreneurial passion can eventually mediate the perceived emotional support to become entrepreneurial intention. Having said that, and therefore, there are some sort of methodologies need to be followed. The design is going to be hypothesis testing, and we took cross-sectional data because on a specific time that we were able to collect the data. And it's been taken quite seriously simply because the research setting is across various of Jakarta itself. And the number of instruments have been developed, and they were taken from different authors, as you can see from the slide. In addition to that, the number of employees were able to receive the respondents and to receive the questionnaires and primary data sources is 140 respondents. Actually, we were planning to get all the census, to get all the employees get involved in our research. However, none of them have agreed upon what we are trying to achieve. Nevertheless, 140 questionnaires were returned, and this is above 70% already. In order to maintain whether the model is fit into the research testing, there are some instruments to be followed, and we found that all item questionnaires are valid and all the variables are reliable. To analyze the data, we adopted SAM using Amos 23 version. And this is what we have found. We have found really intriguing and really questionable to some extent. And I would like to draw the attention on hypothesis number 3, which I highlight with a yellow color. It appears that perceived emotional support has positive effect on entrepreneurial intention. The hypothesis is not supported. In other words, we rejected the findings. It is some sort of a comparison. From the theoretical perspective, it is really supported by the theoretical approach. It's also supported by other authors who mention directly that having support emotionally from top management will eventually lead to become an entrepreneurial intention. On the other hand, what we found is the quite contradicting. It's not just about whether the hypothesis can also be accepted, but also we found the hypothesis definitely has been rejected. So this is like a combination between what we found and the theoretical perspective. It is really, really contradicting among each other. The other hypothesis have been accepted, which is not really surprise to our findings. So the question is whether to achieve entrepreneurial intention, we cannot just rely upon support from the management. There is also another factor that it rely upon an entrepreneurial intention, which is your passion. That's the reason why in hypothesis number one, the hypothesis is supported. So there is also a conclusion that we can draw from the findings is even though the hypothesis number three is not really supported, that means it is rejected. There are some other areas and some other factors that will eventually influence the intention to become an entrepreneur. However, even though the hypothesis is not really supported, but once again, that we can conclude having support from top management is highly regarded, assisting you to achieve your intention to become your entrepreneur nonetheless. So what would be the recommendation that can we give to anybody who will want to become an entrepreneur? It's not just about dealing with the employee willingness, who are able to convey the variety of any task given, but it also receiving support from the management in order to make you passionate can also build up. And at the end of the day, it will enhance your entrepreneurial intention. So our recommendation is, it is quite challenging. So we do hope it can also applicable to any various industry. In addition to that, it may also apply to probably the same company, the same businesses. But the whole idea remains whether the passion itself can also play a crucial role to become a mediating variable between your support from the management and your entrepreneurial intention. So that will be the end of our group presentation, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and this effort. This research may contribute to our understanding of how emotional support from others can influence the individual passion for entrepreneurship and consequently shape their intention to engage in entrepreneurial activities. And Muhittin Apaydın sent a kind of the message to me about the time. Because of that, I swapped the presentation. Muhittin, are you here? And would you please share your screen?
Yes,
Okay.
Professor. Thank you very much.
Professor. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for everyone listening.
I ask yes, would you please just only 10 minutes?
Okay, I'll try to. Can you hear me now?
Okay, very well.
Okay, I'll try to expedite the because there are a lot of details in my presentation, and I'll try to squeeze everything into 10 minutes. My name is Muhittin Apaydın. I'm a captain with the Turkish Airlines, as well as the Air Albania, which is the affiliated of the Turkish Airlines company, shareholder company. And what we have studied with the Professor Savaş, that the pilot perception in the flight safety, and that is analysis based on the flight data monitoring system. So we've used a couple of tools to get the information which I'm going to explain you now. Just to give you some bit of information about myself, I'm a PhD candidate with Eskişehir Technical University, and the thesis period of my PhD dissertation, and I've studied MBA as well as the Bachelor's of Science in the Aviation Management. I've been working in the industry for the last 25 years, and for the last 10 to 12 years, I've been holding the senior positions within the industry itself. Currently, I am the nominated post holder, which is the approved position for the authorities in one of the airlines in the Balkans. And I'm an instructor on the Boeing 737, Airbus A320, and Airbus A330 type of the aircraft. Let's go to the detail. The flight data monitoring system is the system that collects the statistical data from the aircraft computers to tell us what was going wrong within that particular flight. So the data is obtained from the aircraft via different sources, In the modern aircraft, you can get it from the SATCOM, satellite communication. Sometimes you get from the USB sticks, sometimes digital flight data recorders, which are being downloaded by the aircraft engineers and uploaded to the software that we are using for that particular reason. And what we have done for this study, the flight data monitoring system helped a lot for the improvement of the safety of the operations amongst the flight crew members. It's not about being monitored, it's about being analyzed and develop the training or the systems to improve the overall safety performance of the pilots. So what we are trying to understand here, these improvements are literally based on the policing side of the flight data monitoring system, or does it have any effect on the pilot perception, whether the system is contributing towards the overall safety of the aviation? So what we are trying to understand here is that the behavioral changes of the pilots after they having notification of the triggered conditions, because whenever you have a failure with the system gives you either red flags or the yellow flags or the amber flags based on how severe it is. And as per the regulations, which I'm going to introduce you, you have to, as a pilot, self-report yourself if you think that you have exceeded the limitations. So what we have tried to understand here is the long-term impacts of the positive cultural changes amongst the pilots within the Balkan region in this study. So flight data monitoring system is a mandatory requirement set by the authorities, sorry for the typo here, such as EASA. EASA is the European Aviation Safety Agency, which is the authority of the European community. FAA, which is the Federal Aviation Authority, is the authority of the United States, as well as the Transport Canada. But all the authorities, they declared in their regulations that the flight data monitoring system should not be used to penalize the people for their mistakes. We are going to talk about the violations, but for the mistakes, the system says it should be non-punitive program for gathering and analyzing the data recorded during the routine flight to improve the flight crew performance, operating procedures, flight training, as well as the air traffic control procedures, air navigation services, or the aircraft maintenance and design. What does it telling us here? If the person is making a mistake, do not use your tools as a stick to penalize them or to fire them, or just use the system to improve the overall performance of the safety indications within the airlines. So what we have done with this literature, we had a look at the requirements of the flight data monitoring, which used to be called before flight operation quality analysis. And we just had a look at the just culture from the IQ, EASA, FAA regulations, as well as the IOSA requirements. The IOSA here is not a regulation. IOSA here is a set rule by the IATA for whom the members are the airlines. And it is not mandatory, but it's a voluntary system that gets you the certification. But if you get that certification, it is like getting an ISO certification or another worldwide recognized one. So it would be beneficial for the airlines to make an agreement, commercial agreement amongst the IATA members. So the important outcomes of the study was just culture is the key of pilot reporting culture. If the pilot feels that, the report will be considered as part of a just culture. Just culture, what we call in the aviation, is the non-punitive system. So if you report yourself, the CEO or the accountable manager of the company declares that it will be considered as non-punitive. So if you report yourself for any mistake that you make, you're going to be assigned for the trainings or whatever it is, but you will not be penalized. So if they think that all the reports that they have are considered part of this just culture, they tend to report even the issues not part of a safety reports. Regular communications with the pilots vital to increase the awareness of their safety status and find collective solutions to improve overall safety implications. So if you share the information with the pilots as much as you can, not to overload them, but just to give them some couple of items, which I'll show you in the next slide. They learn it from their mistakes, and they tend to not to make the second mistake again because they know that it's being now monitored and the companies are taking care of it. And you have to utilize the different channels of the communication, such as emails, bulletins, via intranet, phone calls, meetings. All of them are combined, are collectively important to keep the pilots within the boundaries of the safe operations. And sharing regularly identified generic overall performance indicators improves the perception of the pilot amongst safety requirements. Let's have a look at that. The data that we gathered here collected from an airline based in Central Europe, which is confidential and analyzed. There are 800 different data parameters are being collected by that airline. We choose 2 of them, which we think that is important for the study. And we had a look at that their bulletins, emails, meeting minutes amongst the pilots, and we checked that the FDM data analysis requirements. We choose 2 parameters selected within this study, which is low threshold hard crossing. All the airplanes, they have to cross the threshold of the runway at 50 feet. If you cross it below 50 feet, it is a triggered item. That means you might have some sort of incident or accident. And high pitch angle at takeoff, since the system, as I said, monitors more than 800 parameters. High pitch angle at takeoff is the pitch angle, which is more than 11 degrees. That's what we took to note here. If you pitch more than 11 degrees for this takeoff, that means you are going to have the tail strike for that departure. So let's have a look at that. The company's new operation management, they joined to the company in September 2022. So since then, they've been doing the analysis, and they have issued 3 different bulletins, a lot of emails, like 12 emails, and they did 3 different pilot meetings. As you can see from the numbers, the green line you see here is the average. So since September, there's a drastic reduction of the high low threshold crossing. It literally came down to 0. What this tells us, if you monitor your system, if you become proactive, and if you don't use this tool as a stick or to penalize the people, they learn from their mistakes and they improve. They have now 34 pilots, and out of 34, they have 70 co-pilots, and the rest of 17 is the captain. So as you can see from here, there's a continuous learning process and improvement of the overall operations. The second one, high pitch at takeoff rule, which unfortunately did not give us a lot of information because of the loss of the data at this point. But as we can see, we cannot identify whether the new implementation of the non-punitive system would be beneficial for them or change the culture or the perception of the pilots. So as a result, I'm just trying to go faster. Company assigned me flight operation and safety management in Los Lobos, and they started working in September. The company issued 3 bulletins where they intranet in the last 6 months with regards to mentioned items, and had 1 safety meeting and shared all the FDM data with the pilots every month. The company identified the reason of the low threshold hard crossing, which was due to misalignment of the PUTI, which is the light that shows you your angle towards the runway, with the glow slope, the light slope, which is the indication inside the airplane. So there was some mismatch between those 2 parameters, and they discussed with the local airport authority and introduced a new guidance to the pilots about what to do, not to repeat the same mistake that they were doing or avoid some sort of undesired aircraft state. And the pilots, it looks like they understood the instruction clearly and applied with the medication, corrective action, and the actions that the management as well as the pilots taken. Low threshold hard crossing FDM output went down to 0 within a few months. But high pitch at takeoff did not provide enough data to have the review, unfortunately. So we just came up with the results of the low threshold hard crossing. However, continuous data analysis showed that the issue with the airline is being monitored, and if necessary, risks are being mitigated. Pilots were reminded about the trends of the AMCM, including high-pitch jet takeoff, which provides them regular input and top events. What we are trying to achieve here is that the pilots accept the flight data monitoring system as part of their safety improvements, as long as it is not used to penalize the individuals and considered part of just culture. FTM is a great asset for the airlines to mitigate the risk based on statistical data, monitor their safety performance, and contribute to the overall safe operation within the aviation. And what we tell or offer to the system here, FTM should not be considered as policing tool, but rather should be a tool to have transparent communication based on real data within the company. So that's all from my side.
Pilot Tom, we will take the question after this session, as I said before, because of the time limitation. This research to provide the comprehensive assessment of the effectiveness and compliance of the airport's system, and pilots perceive and respond to safety-related factors based on the objective flight data. Thank you very much. And other
Professor.
presentation is the effect of the organizational commitment on individual creativity mediated by organization citizenship, behavior, and knowledge sharing in Indonesia banking industry. The second one is not this session, they said that. Because of that, would you please, Ahmad is here?
Yeah, that's me.
Would
All right.
you please share your presentation? Yes, it's shown very well.
Already.
Would you please start your presentation?
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Rayadi. I'm from Faculty of Economics and Business at Trisakti University, Jakarta, Indonesia. So on behalf of our team, consisting of myself, Mrs. Medina, Mrs. Kurniawati, and also Mr. Salut Muhyiddin, I would like to present our research journal with the title is The Effect of Organizational Commitment on Individual Creativity Mediated by Organizational Citizenship Behavior and Knowledge Sharing in Indonesia Banking Industry. So move to the next page. Regarding to the agenda, there are some points that I'm gonna present on this afternoon agenda. The first idea is introduction, followed by literature review, which is covering organizational commitment, organizational citizenship behavior, and knowledge sharing, as well as individual creativity. And I'm also going to present the methodology that we use, and of course, the result of our research before we make a conclusion and come up with an idea for managerial implication. Move forward to page number 2. As an introduction, I would like to deliver the line of thinking that underlies our research. First, regarding to current strategic environment, advances in technology and information have disrupted the conventional function of products and services in the banking industry into new business models and behaviors. So to be able to foster the process of innovation in the banking industry, individual creativity is considered to be a very important factor to develop and evaluate by time to time. Therefore, every bank is required to be able to play a role and encourage the creativity of its employees to produce new ideas or innovation. Next to the page number 3, on page 3, I would say that the banks who are unable to adapt the rapid changing and agility to respond such as various new product and service innovation, I believe that they will be left out in business competition within the banking industry community, And of course, will slowly begin to be abandoned by their customer. So business competitions require banking employees to be creative in finding solution to handle any kind of problems, and should be having a lot of ideas for product development to support the company vision and mission, of course. Next to the page 4, there are 4 variables tested in our research, which is organization commitment, organization citizenship behavior, knowledge sharing, and individual creativity. Due to time constraint, I have in this presentation, let me skip regarding to definition, and I would like to forward to the next page, number 8, page number 8. This is regarding to the conceptual framework. So on page 8, I would like to say there are 9 hypotheses that are part of our conceptual framework in our research, starting from hypothesis number 1 to number 9. This is the development from previous research by Chang et al. 2021, Zhao et al. 2021, and Hanasha et al. 2022. What is novelty in our research is try to explore more deeply regarding to the result of Chang, Zhao, and Hanasha research. So in our research, we try to add a test of knowledge sharing and organization citizenship behavior as mediating variable to find out how they affect individual creativity in the nation banking industry. Other than that, our research is also motivated to try to overcome the limitation of previous research, which suggests that future studies can be used a wider sample in order to increase the universality of research result, and can focus more on research across region or any other countries. And that's why the sample in our research was carried out in Indonesian banking industry. So we think the sample can be expanded not only to be carried out among research institutions and universities in Eastern and Central China only. We are going to move to the page number 10. On page 10, we can see that based on table 1, there are 4 research variables using a Likert scale from 1 to 5. 1 strongly disagree, 2 disagree, 3 neutral, 4 agree, and 5 strongly agree. And then the 23 indicators in our study measured by for OC refer to 7 indicators based on Aydin et al. OCBC refer to 5 indicators based on Risk et al. And Adin et al. Knowledge sharing refers to 7 indicators based on Zhao et al. And individual creativity refers to 4 indicators based on Zhao et al. And then regarding to the respondent in our research, we choose 3 large state bank, which is Bank Mandiri, Bank BNI, and Bank BTPN. Move forward to slide number 9. So regarding to the validity test, we use SPSS as a data processing software. The validity test is carried out by calculating the correlation of the values obtained from each statement item with the total value of the individual. Based on the result of validity test, it is known that each indicator has an R count value, which has a value that is greater than our table, so that it can be said to be valid, and each indicator can be described its variable properly. And then regarding to the reliability test, we would say that the implementation of the reliability test is carried out using the Cronbach alpha coefficient to measure the reliability of a questionnaire by conducting an assessment of the Cronbach alpha value. From the result of the test we conducted, it was found that the Cronbach alpha values for each statement range from 0.934 to 0.939. So it can be concluded that the results are reliable. And then in the next page, page number 12, this is regarding to the goodness of fit test. I would say that based on the result on the attached slide, the conclusion of the goodness of fit test with several criteria resulted in a poor fit model conclusion. But there were goodness of fit test result, which is CMIN per DF with a value of 3.286, indicating a good structural equation model. And the established model can be used in assessing organizational commitment, organizational citizen behavior, knowledge sharing, and as well as individual creativity, and further testing of theoretical hypotheses can be carried out. So move forward to page number 13. I would like to show the result of the SAM measurement model based on 9 research hypotheses. It showed that 5 hypotheses are acceptable and significant because the p-value is smaller than the value of 0.05. And then 4 hypotheses are rejected because the p-value is greater than the value of 0.05. So regarding to the limited time, the question time, I would like to go to the slide number 15. So as a conclusion from our research, I would like to take several important things as follow. The first one, organizational commitment has a positive effect on organizational citizen behavior. And the second one, organizational commitment has no effect on knowledge sharing on banking employees in Indonesia. And number 3, organizational citizenship behavior has a positive effect on knowledge sharing knowledge sharing. The fourth, organizational commitment has no effect on the individual creativity. Number 5, organizational citizenship behavior has a positive effect on the individual creativity. And then the number 6, knowledge sharing has a positive effect on the individual creativity. Number 7, organizational commitment has no effect on the individual creativity mediated by knowledge sharing. Number 8, organizational commitment has a positive effect on the individual creativity of banking employees in Indonesia mediated by organizational citizenship behavior. And the last one, organizational citizenship behavior has no effect on the individual creativity of banking employees in Indonesia mediated by knowledge sharing. In the last presentation on page 16, we would like to come up with an idea for managerial implication, which we think this is the most important part as a follow-up to our research. First, companies need to do something to increase employee commitment by continuing to ensure that the values adopted by the company are in accordance with the values shared by employees. The second one, the company must retain employees who work as optimally as possible in order to help the company's success, such as to reward them for their performance. Third, the company needs to retain employees who are capable and active in reading and actively following the development of the company. Fourth, a company must also increase the willingness of employees to participate in helping improve to the company's reputation by voluntarily attending events that are not mandatory in order to expand the network of colleges. Fifth, companies need to do something to ensure increased knowledge sharing for each employee by involving each employee in every activity. And last but not least, it is important for companies to retain employees who are happy to learn something new and volunteer to share their knowledge with their colleagues in order to be creative and to do solving problem. I stop here at the end of our presentation. Thank you very much. All the best to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed. It is very important. Your research is potential to shed light on how the organizational commitment influences employees' creativity, and by examining the role of the organizational citizenship behavior. And as I said before, we will take the question after this session. And the next presentation, growth performance analysis for health insurance in Indonesia at Financial Russia case study pre-pandemic and during pandemic. Mr. Barry and Professor Vivek, are you here?
Yeah. Here.
Would you please share your presentation and we will listen to your presentation.
Yep. Got it?
Yes, okay.
Okay. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Here I am, Barry Afriando, with the title Growth Performance Analysis for Health Insurance in Indonesia at Financial Ratio 2019 and 2020 period, case study pre-pandemic and during pandemic. So the Honorable Sir and Madam in this CEO Congress, International Communication 2023. I'm here with my professor, Professor Dr. Wiwi Mardawiyah. We are from IPMI Business School, Indonesia. Okay, this is the content I would like to tell you. The first one, the introduction, and the second one, literature and review. We'll talk about the first literature and review about insurance, overview of the health insurance industry in Indonesia. The third one is financial ratio and performance analysis, impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on health insurance, and growth performance during the pandemic. And the third content will be methodology, and the fourth one is result and discussion and the conclusion. So as we know that 2020, we got the COVID-19. So the government issued several regulatory policies in response to the COVID-19 pandemic that impacted the health insurance industry in Indonesia, March, April, and May until 2022. So these regulatory policies demonstrate the government efforts to support the health insurance industry and ensure that individuals can access necessary medical care during the COVID-19 pandemic. Besides, the market growth seems influenced by the market condition during the pandemic, whereas the market growth declined in significant amounts in the past 3 years. So this problem and this case I bring because of I think at the time that life insurance is very important for the people, but after pandemic coming, is supposed to be something to need to be analyzed. So this, according to Rahmawati 2017, insurance industry is a non-bank financial institution, has a service that is not much different from a bank, which is a place transaction provided by the service sector to the community to overcome the risk of things that happen in the future. In the overview of the health insurance industry in Indonesia, the health insurance industry in Indonesia has witnessed substantial growth and transformation over the years. It encompasses various stakeholders, including private insurers, social security agencies, and government-funded programs. And this is the part from the I take one example for the data from Indonesia Life Insurance. They named Prudential. This is a famous life insurance in Indonesia and also South Pacific Asia. And I bring the data before the pandemic, which is 2018 until 2019. Here about the total asset, premium revenue, managed fund, yearly paid, and RBC percentage. talking about the financial ratios and performance analysis, financial ratios serve as a key indicators to assess the financial health, efficiency, and profitability of health insurance companies. A literature review of financial ratio analysis methods such as liquidity ratios, profitability ratios, solvency ratios, and efficiency ratios. Based on Aprilana 2022, current ratio is total current assets divided by total short-term liabilities. And based on Nasya Roka 2020, case ratio is case or equivalent per total short-term liabilities. And for the solvability is total debt per total asset based on Permana and Rahyuda 2018. Impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the COVID-19 pandemic presented unprecedented challenges to the health insurance in Indonesia. It examines the changes in financial ratio, claim patterns, underwriting practice, investment strategies, and the overall financial stability of insurers during the pandemic period. So I bring the data from the yearly financial report here. This is the 5 data that I bring from 2018 until 2020. It shows that 2018 is before pandemic coming. The total asset is 78.9 trillion in rupiah. So this is T means trillion. This is currency using Indonesian rupiah. And 2019, the total asset growth 80.7 trillion rupiah. So this is data coming before the pandemic. But after the pandemic coming in early 2020, we can see that from 80.7 trillion, it's going down until 76.3 trillion. This is the first year of the pandemic at the time. And if we compare to 2022, it's really going down compared to 2019. It makes total assets this company about the life insurance in Indonesia named Prudential is 61.3 trillion. So this is the 5 data I bring about the total assets, premium revenue, managed funds, yearly paid claim, and RBC. And from this data, I and my team thinks that the outcomes from this paper, it was like to answer about the factors what's make this going down about the data. And this paper using the financial ratio analysis for methodology and got the 6 ratio in here. First one is liquidity ratio, and the second one is activity ratio. The third one is profitability ratio, and fourth one leverage ratio, and next one is growth ratio, and the last one is valuation ratio. The liquidity ratio that will describe as the company ability to fulfill short-term liabilities, the debt, like I saw before. The second one is solvency ratio, is the ratio used to measure the extent of the company assets. Finance with debt, this means how much debt burden is borne company compared to its asset. And activity ratio, the ratio used to measure the effectiveness of the company in use its assets. And the probability ratio is the ratio to assess the company ability to make it a profit. And come to the hypothesis development. In here, I bring the insurance, life insurance pre-pandemic data here. During the pre-pandemic period from 2018 to 2018, Prudential Life Insurance demonstrated a relatively stable financial position. So from the total assets in trillion rupiah and managed funds, RBC, and premi revenue and yearly paid claim is they demonstrated a relatively stable and mostly growth. There's still a growth in here from the total asset. However, insurance during pandemic, the post-pandemic years 2020 and 2022 presented distinct challenges and shifts in Prudential life insurance financial performance. And the last one is insurance. It's not actually post-pandemic, but in Indonesia we have a government policy, the regulatory that we are not facing a pandemic anymore. So in this data, insurance post-pandemic means that right now, so the company experienced a decline in total assets, potentially influenced by changes in investment strategies or economic condition. So this data talking about the total assets, Prudential Life Insurance total assets saw declining trend from 2018 to 2020. So the company's total assets decreased steadily from 78.9 trillion in 2028 to 61.3 trillion in 2022. So this decline could be attributed to various factors, such as changes in investment strategies, economic conditions, or adjustment in the company business operation. The premium revenue generated by Prudential Life Insurance remained relatively stable during the analyzed period. There was a slight decrease from 25.4 trillion in 2018 here to 19.8 trillion in 2022. So Prudential Life Insurance managed funds representing the funds under the company's management for investment purposes also exhibited a decreasing trend from 72.1 trillion in 2018 to 57.7 trillion in 2022. So the yearly paid claims by Prudential Life Insurance saw fluctuation throughout the analyzed period. There was an increase. From 12.3 trillion in 2018 to 16.6 trillion in 2021, followed by stabilization in the same level in 2022. Prudential Life Insurance RBC ratio exhibit a declining trend from 2018 to 2022. The ratio from a relatively high level of 752% in 2018 to 520% in 2022. So come to the conclusion and suggestion. So after you see the data here, I find that during the pre-pandemic period that health insurers in Indonesia exhibited stable growth and financial performance. Premiums saw a positive growth, indicating increasing demand for health insurance coverage. But the analysis during the pandemic period highlighted the impact of the crisis on the health insurers, including changes in claim patterns, increases expenses related to COVID-19 coverage, and potential investment challenges. So financial ratio indicated fluctuation and declines in certain indicators, reflecting the strain imposed by the pandemic on the financial performance of health insurers. the pandemic, disruptive economic conditions, consumer behaviors, and risk dynamics influencing various aspects of the insurance industry. So in this brand, Prudential Life Insurance, face challenges in maintaining their growth and profitability during this period. Despite the challenges, the growth performance analysis also revealed the resilience and adaptability of health insurance companies during the pandemic. And here we have also some policy from government during this pandemic era. So government are expected to create the policy that support the growth performance of health insurance and support the development strategies to enhance the industry resilience and responsive to future challenges. And that's all about the conclusion and suggestion. Thank you so much. Back to the moderator.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and it's very important, I think, shedding light on the performance of the health insurance companies and resilience during both normal and pandemic times, which can inform to a decision maker, also a kind of the policy formulation in the health sector. Thank you. Our another presentation is the Nazan evaluation of airport emergency management training materials according to recommendations and requirements of international organization. But it is not last presentation. Another session getting from the one another employees performance enhancement based on the collaborative learning from the city Wulandri after this presentation. Would you please start your presentation, Nazan?
Can you see my computer?
Yes, however, it's not full presentation.
Okay, that's all, I think.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's
good afternoon from Turkey. My colleagues are Mehmet Ufuk Seyhan and Associated Professor Savaş Süleyman Ateş. My presentations about evaluation of airport emergency management training materials according to the recommendations and requirements of international organizations. What about me? Lecturer Nazan Gül from Eskişehir Technical University. PhD candidate from aviation management thesis stage at the same university. Before this, master degree with thesis in management and organization from Anadolu University. Bachelor degrees in business administration, the same university, Anadolu University in Turkey. Experience, prior to academic experience, private sector and public sector. I had been experience about tourism, railway systems, human research, hospital management, business management, European Union project coordinating, foreign trade, and education sectors. Academic experience from 2021, lecturer at Eskişehir Technical University. From 2022, Deputy Director of Career Development and Student Support Unit at Eskişehir University, Eskişehir Technical University. My master thesis about analysis of employees' perspective of human research through metaphors, a study with private health installation employees. What about introduce? The inspection and recommendation of the international aviation authorities regarding emergency management. And we have two questions. What elements are included in emergency training materials, the recommendation and requirement of International Aviation Organization? Then second question is the most important question. What are the permanent elements that stand out in current examples of emergency management in training programs and aviation operation within the context of changing social conditions? How can these elements be categorized under subheadings? It's impossible. It's possible to access numerous material regarding emergency management training and the requirements created by international aviation authorities within the framework of the changing social dynamics. It's important to determine categories for researching the relevance of these contents and to systematically make updates accordingly. If you look at international aviation authorities, aviation authorities education and requirement declaration regarding emergency management, if you look at literature review, then from the conduct research as follows. The importance of accessing operation environment information, human performance limits, produced based on capabilities and cognitive balance, checklists, certifications, developments of guidance for teams coordination and situation management. From another studies, acquiring necessary skills and theoretical knowledge for emergency management through training, engineering competence through the applications of technical proficiencies in simulations, and from other studies, the impossibility of predicting all emergencies, the inherent nature of emergencies to have random and unexpected characters. The study by Liu, Wetmore, and Prezetakins focus on accident caused by turbulence. Installations are air awareness, indicate training of the cabin crew, indicate team communications, lack of collaboration between passengers and the cabin crew. Details produced list that leave little from the improvisation. The need for cross checks. If you look at methodology, we use the qualitative research, literature review, and content analysis. We try to get some quotes, headlines from the past 15 years of aviation. Finding and discussion. Categories obtained in the study from the international aviation authorities. We have some educational training documents, SMS training, CRM training, emergency training, aviation security training, first aid training, and practical training. Then the stage approach identified in the literature consists of the following characters: pre-emergency praise, emergency praise, and post-emergency praise. Through the examination of the case study of aviation organization, promoting topics related to emergency training, promoting topics related to emergency requirements and evacuations, promoting topics related to aircraft have been categorized. And you can see a chapter from the international aviation authorities. You can see the training documents table. Then, emergency plans generally follow phase-based approach, precaution and training to be taken before an emergency situation, correct and aviation intervention during an emergency situation. Evaluation of the situation of the emergency has ended and deriving consulting from this assessment. Promoted topics related to training in emergency management based on case studies. The scope of training provides to flight and cabin crew reading emergency and abnormal situations. Variation training technologies and approaches used to scope with emergency situation during both initiation and recursion training. Produced skill acquisition trainings, long-term skill renting, preventing for dealing with non-standard or ambition situation, ability to respond educationally when multiple issues arise simulations. Related to aircraft in emergency situation based on case studies, the rule that systems equipment with flight protection involves can play in addressing these situations within the categories named critical aircraft systems. How cockpit alerts and warning system can facilitate or hinder crew intervention, under which condition to have expand and type automatically should occur, the potential constitution of exception, automation, correction produced for emergency and abnormal situation between highly automated aircraft and preventing to less automated flight and developing manual flighting skills. Romantic topic related to emergency equipment and evacuation based on case study. The issues of installation of certain equipment provided to flight and cabin crew for emergency or abnormal situation, competence of personally in the use of emergency equipment, whether personnel are prone to confusion and errors in different aircraft configurations, whether the crews have received sufficient training, and whether adequate practice has been continued, appropriateness of evacuations decisions, then the effectiveness of communications between the cabin and cockpit. Okay, finding consists with the literature phase-based approach to handling emergency situations in the planning phase, which correspond the pre-emergency period in the phase-based approach. The plan is developed, tested, and operational authorities and responsibilities are clearly defined. Recommendation should be planned, taking into account the consist understanding of emergency execution and their execution, considering different conditions such as extreme heat, cold, windy weather, and other relevant factors. Due to the primary objective of preventing loss of life in emergency planning, it's critical to ensure the survival of the insured by consider all necessary details in the planning process and considering regular drills. Additionally, the adaptive and information provided should completely complete with the local regulations to avoid any inconsistencies. The plan should encompass all the information that can be utilized for managing airport emergencies. The end of emergency should be communicated to all relevant units, ensuring transition to normal operation and the declaration in consulate. Documentation after an emergency or drill should be meticulously conducted and feedback should be taken into account with the awareness that is critical for system improvements. Updates should be made accordingly. The results, based on the results obtained from the literature review, all these findings can be examined within the framework of the categories identified in our study, and improvements can be made step by step. It's believed that checking the relevant improvements and requirements of the identified categories will be systematically and facilitating factor in the process of improvement and restoration. In future research, it's believed that The categories can be further enriched by closely examining the current situation and exploring case studies in more detail. New elements that may arise due to changing living conditions which were not mentioned in our study should be taken into consideration. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Nazan, your presentation. And last presentation that was added the other session. We are finished on time. However, we couldn't manage other presentation. And would you please open your presentation and share if you are here?
Yes, Ibu Dewi Puspaningtyas is here.
Would you please share your presentation? After that, we finish our session. I'm very excused about your question because we couldn't take the question because of time. Thank you.
Enerji piyasalarına.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dewi Puspaningtyas Paini, and this research was done with the two other students, which is Miss Sri Wulandari. She's the industrial technologist. Mr. Rahmat Pramukti, he is the finance magister. Okay. The title of our research is Employees Performance Enhancement Based on Collaborative E-Learning and was mediated by training. This research was conducted in Bank Syariah Indonesia, a human and organization development perspective. Well, the agenda would be introduction, and then we will try to elaborate about the literature review. Thirdly is methodology. Fourthly is finding and discussion. And last but not least, conclusion and recommendations. I would like to start with the introduction. Well, the rapid competitive pace and rise in employee performance among banks in the financial sectors due to changes in the environment, technology, and science are becoming increasingly intense. And the world is now shifting to the Industrial Revolution's era, 5.0, where information technology has become the basis of human life. Therefore, human resources management plays a very crucial role in ensuring the effective and efficiency of workforce performance, and the company is transitioning from traditional training to e-learning to enhance employees' competence. Therefore, the literature review are e-learning is a method of delivering learning materials through electronic networks and computers with an internet connections. We will leave behind all such conventional learning. Secondly, industrial revolutions is perceived as makes it faster for products or services to be developed, reach diverse consumers, and result in a cheap prices or efficiency. Well, collaborative learning is perceived as based on a model in which knowledge is generated in a population whose members actively interact by sharing experiences and playing different roles. Whereas training is also a planned effort by the company and employees to facilitate learning of job-related knowledge, skills, behaviors, and attitude. Well, the methodology was used here was by research was done by quantitative and mixed methods. And we gathered by simple random sampling and from 1,330 down to 1,000 respondents. Primary data were obtained from respondents' answers and provided informed of the research questionnaires were being distributed to all respondents. The research was instrumented by SmartPLS partial least square software. PLS is also used to determine the reflective flexibility and size of the algorithm that needs to be analyzed along the numerous indicators. These are the research framework. As you see, e-learning, Industrial Revolution 5.0, collaborative learning, mediated by training, and then we have the employees' performance. We hypothesis of one, there is a positive and significant effect of collaborative learning mediated by training. Secondly, there is a positive and significant effect of mediated by training on employee performance. And thirdly, there's a positive and significant effect of e-learning mediated by training. And fourthly, last but not least, there's a positive and significant influence of Industrial Revolution 5.0 mediated by training. These are the outer model was produced from primary data using SmartPLS, whereas this is the inner model after the bootstrapping. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it comes to a conclusion that collaborative learning has negative and significant effect on the training mediated. Secondly, mediated training has a positive and significant impact on the employee's performance. Thirdly, e-learning has a negative and significant effect on the training mediated for employees' performance. And fourthly, Industrial Revolutions of 5.0 has a positive and significant effect on the training mediated for employees. Thank you very much. This is our presentation of the research, and I will come back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Hello, dear Devi. Thank you very much for your great presentation. The session has finished, and we also thank to all presenters and the moderators, Associate Prof. Dr. Savaş, Mr. Savaş. Dr. Devi, I think you are the moderator of the next session. Am I right? You can open your voice, and we can start with your session.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Savaş.
You're welcome.
I will start moderating. It was a great moderation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proudly presenting all the papers from all presenters. And I will start by calling your name. Would you please prepare your presentation materials? I will start calling. Maybe close first. With the paper of the mediating effect of perceived organizational support on the influence of authentic leadership toward turnover intention in Generation Z. We'll be presenting Dr. Insinyur Amelia Naim Indrajaya and Ms. Emiliani Nababan. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you, Professor, for the opportunity given to me. And also thank you for all the CEO Congress Committee to provide me the opportunity to share my research. This is truly a great platform to share this study. Let me share my slide to all of us. And let me know if it is already in the slideshow mode.
Yes, we can see that clearly. Thank you very much. Please kindly proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Emilani, and this research, it is assisted by Dr. Amelia Naim as my counselor. And this is the similar agenda and structured from my presentations, from introductions, and end up by the conclusions and recommendations. This study focused on Gen Z as the subject of the research. With the background, the researchers identify how Gen Z recently dominating most of the populations in Indonesia, and especially this youngest workforce populations is quickly taking over the workplace populations in Indonesia, if you see on the right-handed graphic. So it's become something curious to understand better how the pattern of behavior of these youngest generations. In fact, we also identify several business phenomena that's showing that this youngest generations Gen Z is the generations identify with very easy to move employment. The several research have been convinced this information similar to the finding coming from several consultant and business like EY, Deloitte, and also LinkedIn, that identifying Gen Z shows a greater willingness to job hope. Specifically in Indonesia as well, Ida Fauzia, the Indonesian Ministry of Manpower, mentions as the largest workforce group, Gen Z does not have a long-term commitment. So with this phenomenon and the business, it's very significant to understand. Having Gen Z personals has a numbers benefit for the business and also opportunity, but also we understand that these newest generations has a higher turnover intentions. Therefore, we need to understand which leadership styles is favored by these generations and effective to boost their performance, to increase their retentions, and also how perceived organization support mediates the relationship between leadership style and turnover intentions. Actually, that's the objective of this research. We move to literature review. I think only as a brief theory in regards to authentic leadership. Authentic leadership AL defined as a pattern of leader behavior that grounds on and promotes positive psychological capacities and positive ethical climates to foster a greater self-awareness. It consists of 4 types of behaviors according to Afolio. Similar to turnover intentions, may also be defined as an individual intentions to voluntary quits to the organizations of professions. And then the last one, it is the perceived organization support. According to organization support theory, POS foster a sense of duty to repay the organizations with increased effort, including the expectations of reward, satisfying social, emotional need for approval, esteem, affiliations, and emotional support. This is actually the theory framework. So it consists of 3 variables: authentic leaderships as the first hypothesis. Authentic leaderships coming from the previous research, it is perceived as a negatively affect turnover intentions. And then the second hypothesis is how authentic leaderships positively affects the perceived organization support in Gen Z. The third one is perceived organization support affect turnover intentions. And then the last one, how perceived organization support has a mediating effect between authentic leaderships and turnover intentions. That's a theoretical framework coming from this research. And then the researchers using the research methodology as descriptive, quantitative, the populations is among Gen Z, which born by 1995 up to 2016, sampling with the purposes, non-probability purposes samplings. Based on the Cohen tables, the minimum samples actually 65, but the researchers decided to take more than 100 of samples. This is actually the survey format conducted through the Google form. And what is the finding? The pilot test that was done to 36 respondents through online survey. And then the result is valid and reliable, then it's moved to the total primary research, which is resulted to have 109 respondents within 10 days of survey. From the populations identified that females dominated around 64% of the respondents, with majority of 96% coming from private employment. And then the good news is that the data has also fulfilled all the threshold from squeamish and kurtosis. This is the research model initial, which is the research found that all the requirements have been met where the auto loading factors above 0.7, except one indicator, which is AL2, refer to the internalized moral perspective, which has an outer loading factors only 0.6. Given the other evaluations criteria and the indications low outer loading factors value, then the researchers decided that this indicator AL2 was likely invalid. Then it should be neglected. On the turnover intentions, the AV value of the turnover intentions 1 is only 0.5, which is still higher than 0.5 as a prerequisite. As a result, the researchers decided to change the TI as the first order by removing the TI1 and TI2 as a dimensions instead. Then it's modified as a second order modifications, as we see on the left-handed chart. So we remove all the AL2 and then removing the indicators moving to the first order. As the result, we see the AL effect on the TI. This study used the following critical value for one tail test, in which the T value is 1.65 and the P value is 0.05. And the first hypothesis represent the effect of authentic leadership on the turnover intentions with only a PET coefficient beta value minus 0.044 and the T value 0.2. That is less than 1.65. Similar to the P value, only 0.4, which is still greater than 0.05. This findings show that authentic leadership has a negative and non-significant effect on turnover intentions. Thus, the first hypothesis on the effect of authentic leaderships, which is in the prior initial hypothesis, expected to negatively affect turnover intentions, in fact, it was neglected. The findings show that authentic leadership has a negative and not significant effect on TI. So the first hypothesis is rejected. But the rest, the second hypothesis is accepted, which result that showing authentic leadership having a significant effect toward perceived organization support. Therefore, this hypothesis is accepted. Similar to the influence of perceived organization support is a large and detrimental to turnover intentions. And then another fact is the result indicates that perceived organization support has a full mediating effect between authentic leaderships. With that finding, the title of this research clearly mentioning that the POS have a fully mediating effect toward authentic leadership's effect on the turnover intentions on Generation Z. So as a summary and conclusions, authentic leadership's style has no direct impact to turnover intentions among Gen Z, but perceived organization support has a full mediating effect. And also we understand from the IPMA studies that the importance of role of perceived organization support. So this one is the conclusions. The researchers discovered that authentic leadership has no impact if it is operates independently. On the other hand, it turns to be significant when it is accompanied by positive perceived organizational support. The second conclusion as a result is the entire mediating effect of perceived organizational support is a very crucial and important elements between authentic leaderships and the reductions of turnover intentions among Gen Z. And coming from this research, as a wrap up, this is the recommendations to the industries. The understanding of fully mediating effect of perceived organizational support, so the researchers could recommend to pursue further the research on the level of reflective indicator that refer to POS. Another suggestion is the research can be expanded into a deeper level of indicators of each latent variables, focus on the leadership style, authentic leadership, and maybe other leadership style. Then the last one, because the different cultures and working experience are influenced differently, the finding of this study could also differ from specific industries dynamics. Therefore, the further studies are needed to extend this study with a specific industrial or organizational context. This specific study will improve the result of understanding on how to employer to be able to manage and reducing turnover intentions among Gen Z. That's all the study from my side and also Ibu Amelia Naim. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miliani Nababan. Well, I would like to resume that the hypothesis result will be that the authentic leadership style has no direct impact to the turnover intention of the Gen Z. Secondly, perceived organization support has full introducing effect to, and thirdly, the importance roles of perceived organization support has a positive insight. Thank you very much, Ms. Emiliani Nababan and Professor Amelia Naim for the great presentations. It was 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Well, secondly, I would like to welcome Ms. Mawarni Sirigar and Mr. Setiono for the presentation of analysis of customer relationship management in implementation at the Bank Central of Asia. The floor is yours. Time is 10 minutes. Kindly proceed with your screen share.
Thank you, Ibu Dewi.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mawarni Siregar and my partner Setiono from University Bayangkara, Jakarta, Indonesia. The title of our presentation is now Analysis of CRM Implementation at BCA Bank. The agenda. Introduction. BCA is the largest bank in Indonesia and certainly has a lot more customers when compared to other banks. Bank use various BA tools such as data visualization software, data mining, and credit analytics to make sense of their data. CRM is a strategy at the focus on building and maintaining strong relationship with customers. BCA Bank use CRM to understand customer needs, preferences, and behavior. Banks BCA use BA analytics as a system and CRM to improve in impression, make data-driven decision, automate processes, and provide excellence in customer service. Literature review, business intelligence, expert system, and CRM. Business intelligence can help organization to improve the quality of decision-making, increase operational efficiency, and improve customer satisfaction. The other also point on that BA can be used in various business areas such as marketing, finance, and operation. Bano 2021. Overall, recent Recent research shows that BA continue to be a key focus in modern business and constantly applying to meet complex business needs. In the context in banking, BA can help bank to gain insight into customer before improve operational efficiency and provide better service to customer, making it very important development in use. Empathy. Insert expertise system are used to diagnose disease in banks. The other point out that expert system can help doctor diagnose kind disease more quickly and improve proper treatment. That's the 2021. Overall, recent research shows the expert system continue to grow and use the various field and continue to improve service quality, efficiency, and effectiveness and business operation. In the context of banking, expert system can help bank identify customer need, operate the advice and solution, and improve customer satisfaction. Therefore, expert systems are very important to be development and use the banking industry. CRM can be used to increase customer loyalty in the hospitality industry. The other point out the CRM will help other customer need, provide better service and strengthen relationship with existing customer. Overall, recent research shows that CRM continue to evolve and become more important in providing customer satisfaction and loyalty across different business sectors. In the context of banking, CRM can help bank understand customer needs, improve customer experiences, and strengthen relationship with existing customers. Therefore, CRM is essential to be developed and united in the banking industry. The main goal of CRM to gain a better understanding of customer, maximum customer value, and increase customer satisfaction. Using CRM combines and collect and analyzes customer data, understand their preferences and behavior, and deliver more friendly and relevant expenses. CRM also helps companies monitor interaction with customer, manage complaint or problem, and plan and execute effective marketing strategies. The benefit of CRM implementation include increased customer satisfaction, better customer relation, improves operational efficiency, better decision making, and business growth. In the context of banking, CRM plays an important role in building strong relationship with customer, providing personalized service, and increasing customer satisfaction and loyalty. Blue is future of the process implementing CRM companies in general. The implementation of CRM at BCA refers to strategy, processes, and technology used to manage and improve the relationship between BCA Bank and its customer. CRM they understand customer needs and preferences, increase customer satisfaction, and strengthen customer loyalty. The process of implementing CRM at BCA: customer data collection, customer analysis and segmentation, personalized customer service, customer relation management, marketing, and campaign. The implementation of CRM at BCA helped to increase customer satisfaction, strengthen loyalty, and create better customer experiences. By understanding customer needs and providing personalized service, BCA Bank can maintain strong relationship with customer and business growth. Below is my image of the CRM process BCA Bank. Methodology: the quantitative method that can be used to evaluate the implementation of CRM at BCA is to use survey and statistical data and analysis. Here are the steps to conduct research with quantitative method. 1. Determination of population sample. 2. Questionnaire and development. 3. Survey implementation. 4. Data processing. And 5. Interpretation of result. In conducting research with quantitative method, is the necessary to pay attention to methodology aspect such as validity, reliability, and generability of the data product. This can increase the credibility of the research and confidence in the result obtained. Finding and discussion. The FX system can help BCA Bank in getting more accurate or faster solution implementing CRM. Expert system can leverage AI and machine learning technology to identify customer before patent and recommended the most appropriate solution for its customer. The expert system can also help BCA Bank in providing better service to customer by providing fast and accurate answer to customer question, and will help customer in choosing the right product or service according to the need. In addition, expert system can also help BCA Bank improve efficiency and productivity by automating tasks such as data collection and analysis. BCA staff can shift their focus to tasks that require human expertise, such as provide and fit in solution. Implementing an expert system also comes with several changes, such as assuring data integrity, guaranteeing customer privacy, and ensuring system security. Therefore, BCA need to carefully consider all the factor input before deciding implement an expert system in their CRM implementation. The use of expert system in BCA CRM implementation has great potential in improve customer service, increase efficiency and productivity, and provide a competitive advantage for the bank. Conclusion and recommendation. Based on the result the expert system analysis implementing CRM at BCA using expert system has significant impact in enforcing service quality and customer experiences. However, it should not to that application of expert system in CRM also has some weakness that need to consider. The advantage of implementing an expert system in CRM at BCA are its ability to provide a certain recommendation based on data and knowledge that has been input into the system, improve efficiency and productivity by automating some tasks and processes. Mass analysis and evaluate the use of various method and technology to ensure successful CRM implementation. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Ibu
Ms.
Dewi.
Mawarni, Siregar, and Mr. Setiono. I would like to emphasize that based on the result, the expert system and analysis implementing CRM and BCA using expert system, it has significant advantages in improving services quality and customer experiences. But however, it should be noted that the application of the expert system in CRM also has some weaknesses. Therefore, the advantage of implementing an expert system in a CRM at BCA are its ability to provide accurate recommendation based on data and knowledge that has been inputted into the system, and improve efficiency and productivity by automating some of the tasks and processes. It is also analyze and evaluate the use of various methods of technologies to ensure successful CRM implemented in a proper ways. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Mawarni Siregar and Mr. Setiono for the great presentation. In the meantime, I would like to welcome Ms. Okta Nilam Aga, Mr. Fahmi Rizal for your presentations with the title, A Case Study at Budi Manunggal in Yogyakarta, the analysis of supply control of materials and supplemental materials on production value. The floor is yours, Ms. Okta Nilam and Mr. Fahmi Rizal.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nilam. Just kindly proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you. Let me introduce myself and my partner. I am Okta Nilam and my partner Fahmi Rizal and Dr. Dewi. We are from University Bhayangkara, Jakarta, Indonesia. I would like to present case study at Budi Manunggal in Yogyakarta, analysis of supply control of materials and supplemental materials on production volume. The agenda: first, introduction; 2, literature review; 3, methodology; 4, finding and discussion; 5, conclusion and recommendation. First, introduction. Raw materials are the most efficient component for carrying out the production process. The business will produce a product that is prepared for customer sale by processing raw materials that are transformed into complement items. In order for the business to continue existing and making a profit, it is necessary that this be done consistently. Therefore, a company must manage raw materials in a controlled way to ensure a smart production process. Inventory control is crucial since raw materials in inventory is one of the company's assets that play a significant role in business operation. This is due to the fact that the issue of utilized raw materials inventory has a number of potential solutions. Given the significance of raw materials inventory and the cost that must be allocated, the company must manage raw materials inventory, but for the production process and for planning the next production process. This is necessary to ensure that raw materials inventory is neither too large nor too small, which could lead to higher inventory costs and the occurrence of shortage or out of stock situations. The proper number of raw materials will be purchased on schedule and in the right amount as a result of this raw materials inventory control 2008, Nugraha et al. Literature review. Materials, raw. Every person will gain from raw materials that can be transformed into final product, especially when doing daily tasks. Thus, in order to continue producing finished goods and satisfy the needs of each individual, business must maintain the stability of raw materials in 2023, Hangana et al. Auxiliary materials. Auxiliary materials are also often equated with indirect materials. In simple terms, the absence of indirect raw materials can describe the production process. Meanwhile, without auxiliary materials, the production process can still run but can reduce product quality and efficiency. Manufacturing volume. Production volume is the amount of product that a company sold create in a certain time frame. Planning for capacity, area, and production volume aims to achieve an adequate and balanced for by controlling the amount of work orders arriving from the work center in 2009, Prasetya et al. This is a conceptual from work image. Methodology. The subject of this study are the PT Budi Manunggal employees in Yogyakarta. The study was carried out between November 1 to 2022 and January 24, 2023. Because I used online sampling, I was able to conduct this research in a location that was very accommodating for respondents to complete my questionnaire at my time and from anywhere. The dependent variable is another name for this endogenous variable. The dependent variable is the one that is impact or has an impact when an independent exogenous variable is present. Production value Y is the dependent endogenous variable is the study. A questionnaire was used to collect data, which is a method that involves giving a responder a list of statements to choose from. The survey method was used to collect the data for this study, and a closed questionnaire tool with two parts was used. The first part of the tool asks for the respondent personal information, and the second part collected information on the dimension of the construction that was developed for study. The respondent has to select one of the alternative answers, which were interval. This is an image of the model. This is an image of the inner model BPLS. Conclusion and recommendation. Conclusion. According to by studies finding, the following conclusion may be made about the impact of PT Budi Manunggal's inventory control of raw materials and auxiliary items. 1. Production volume is partially and significantly influenced by raw materials. 2. Production volume is partially affected favorably and significantly by auxiliary materials. 3. The production volume is affected by raw materials and supporting materials at the same time variable. Advice. Following are some recommendations that may be made regarding the inventory control of raw materials and supporting materials of the production volume of PT Budi Manunggal in Yogyakarta based on the research and some of the conclusive above. 1. Given that the research findings indicate that the raw materials variable is the key factor influencing the effectiveness of PT Budi Manunggal's inventory control and production volume in Yogyakarta, it is hoped that the company will always pay close attention to the amount of raw materials inventory in the warehouse. 2. In order to prevent stock outs during the manufacturing of golf gloves, PT Budi is expected to pay close attention to the quantity of auxiliary materials in its inventory. 3. It is preferable to include additional factors that can affect purchasing decisions in future research because, according to the study, only 37% of purchasing decisions are influenced by factors like price, trust, and promotion, with the remaining 63% being influenced by factors other than those in the study by the researchers, such as product quality. Thank you for your keen attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Octanila. Well, I would like to read the conclusion that, according to these studies, the findings of the following conclusion may be made about the impact of PT Budi Manunggal's inventory, control of raw mats, and auxiliary items. The production's volume is partially and significantly influenced by raw materials. Secondly, the production volume is partially affected favorably and significantly by auxiliary materials. And thirdly, that the productive volume is affected by the raw materials and supporting materials at the same time. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Octanila and Mr. Fahmi for the great presentations. And I would like to move on with the fourth presenter, which are for a minute. Can you please? Okay, the fourth presenter would be Miss Faika Rahadian and Miss Rati Pikunora. The floor is yours with the title of a Bali case study of the influence of electronic social media on Asian travelers' destinations decisions. The time and the floor is yours, Ms. Faika and Ms. Radi.
Thank you, Ms. Dewi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, greetings to our honorable speakers, moderators, and fellow scholars. Thank you for the opportunity to present our paper entitled A Bali Case Study of the Influence of Electronic Social Media on Asian Travelers' Destinations Decisions. A research conducted by Ms. Rati Puspitaning Tiasvaini, Ms. Dewi Puspaning Tiasvaini, and myself as a presenter, Faika Amanda Rahadian. So let's start with the next agenda. Oops. Hang on. I think I go. Sorry, I got kicked out. Sorry. Okay. Here's the agenda. Firstly, is introductions. The introductions of the influence of online social media on Asian tourist decisions to travel to Bali. And then we move on to literature review, as well as methodology, finding and discussion, lastly, about conclusions and recommendations. And here are the introductions. In recent years, Bali Indonesian's tourism industry has grown significantly. This is because of how well the global information technology network, particularly social networking platform, has developed. Studies have not touched on the significance of destinations images. In addition, there hasn't been much research on how electronic social media influences travelers' choice of destination, particularly in Bali, Indonesia. So this study explores the impact of electronic social media, including word of mouth, electronic users-generated content, and electronic destinations marketing tactics, and the decisions of Asian tourists to travel to Bali, Indonesia. It will also advance the knowledge of electronic social media's role in the growth of the tourism industry and aid businesses that cater to visitors in understanding the significance of electronic social media and how it affects travelers' choice of destination. In our paper, we have 610 surveys, 18 above of age, as travelers of Bali from 9 countries, whereas China, Korea, Thailand, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, Cambodia, and India. Importance of tourism in Bali. Why is it so important? Because tourism is the key sector for economic growth in Bali and Indonesia. Bali relies heavily on tourism to boost its economic and attract Asian visitors to the regions. There you go. Here are the variables that we would like to review for this study based on previous literatures that discuss electronic social media's role in the growth of the tourism industry and aid businesses that cater to visitors in understanding the significance of electronic social media and how it affects travelers' choices of destination. First is electronic word of mouth, or EWOM. Second, electronic user-generated content, or EUGC. Third is electronic destination marketing strategies, EDMS, social media influencers, SMIs, and then destinations image, DI, and lastly is tourist destinations decisions, or TDD. Well, here we use the 3 methodology. First is measurement scale. Using the research paradigm with dependent variables are DI and TDD, and the independent variables are EWOM, EUGC, EDMS, and SMI. Second is the research samples and data collection methods. As mentioned before, a direct surveys of 610 Asian visitors who were 18 years of age or older, fully conversant in using electronic social media and legally able to choose their travel destinations to ensure fair representative is our target, are our targets. And lastly is the analytical method. Employ both qualitative and quantitative research techniques to meet the study's aim. So thus, this is our proposed research model, which has been recommended by the previous researchers, of course. And there you go. This is our findings. And here are the results of the hypothesis using statistical tools. Whereas hypothesis, as you all can see in this table, all the hypotheses H1, 2, 3, 4 until the H9, they're all significantly accepted. And here are the discussion from our finding. All 4 independent factors, EWOM, EUGC, EDMS, and SMI, have positive statistically significant effects on destination image and travelers' destinations choice. The finding demonstrate that EWOM followed by EUGC, SMI, and EDMS has the most influence. In addition, EUGC, followed by DI, SMI, EWOM, and EDMS, is the element that has the greatest influence on travelers' choice of destinations. All right, here, largely, we are coming to the conclusions and the recommendations. So our conclusion from the paper is, it is important to promote the use of information technology in advertising. So visitor can use these systems to see visual representations of the city's well-known tourist attractions, make quick reservations, arrange their itinerary, find their destinations, and navigate maps with intelligence, of course. And the second, reference groups should be given incentive to spread more information about the destination. This is to boost their promotions and enhance their motivations of promoting Bali in Indonesia, of course. And lastly, it is important to encourage users to participate in online forums so they can exchange the information and discuss and promote a variety of topics and highlight tourism in Bali. What is our recommendations? In future research, of course, the target market can be broadened to include tourists from other continents in addition to Asian tourists only. And secondly, internet factors that influence travelers' choice of location were not covered in this study. Therefore, it is a very good further study to include these matters. Okay, well, guess this is the end of our presentation for today, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, hope we all have a great evening and fulfilled with lots of insight. Enjoy the rest of the presentation at the CEO Congress. Thank you very much and see you all in Bali. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, Ms. Faika, it was a very insightful presentation. And I would like to read the conclusions that it is very important to promote the use of information technology in advertising. And reference groups should be also given incentives to spread more information about the destinations, mostly because of the EWOM, which is the electronic word of mouth. You know, the powerful netizen, if they review some product or services, can be a very powerful
advertising. Yes, indeed. Yes. Thank you, Ms.
But it is important to encourage users to participate in online forums, because then you exchange ideas, experiences, and all sorts of things. Thank you very much, Ms. Faika and Ms. Riley. I would like to go for the next presenter. We'd like to welcome Mr. Willy Sanjaya and Mr. Adiatma for the presentation with the title of Analysis of the Work from Home Program and the HR Competencies on Employees' Performance during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Willy Sanjaya and Adiat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kindly share your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. The first, I introduce our team. I'm Willy Sanjaya and Mr. Adiatma.
and Dr. Dewi Pusmaning Tiasvaini. I'm really excited to be here in the 2023 CIO International Congress. I will presentation about our research analysis of the work from home program and the HR competencies on the employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic. We are from the Universitas Bhayangkara, Jakarta Raya. This is our agenda. The first introduction, the second literature review, the third methodology, and the next finding and discussion, and the final agenda is conclusion and recommendation. As the coronavirus continues to spread throughout in Indonesia, authorities at both the national and provincial level have begun taking representative steps to halt its spread. The advent of the remote work is one example. Employees need not only to work formally in the office, but also to enjoy and feel their works so that they are not bored and no more active and diligent in the work. Purpose of the study is to learn how to remote works and HR expertise affected workers' productivity during the COVID-19 pandemic. Simple random sampling procedure used to select participants. This is the literature review. Work from home is the policy that can have the influence on the employee performance and the employee expertise. So this policy carried out by a company or an organization can have the positive and negative effects. This is based on the Fine et al. In 2021. Based on the Corsby and Moore 24, work from home, when you work remotely, you get compensated to accomplish your job largely from homes 20 plus hours per week. Employee will be able to better strike a work-life balance if they have the option to work from home. On the other side, if had the advantage for the business. From the human resources competencies, competence is the possession of the skills, knowledge, and work ethic necessary to carry out our performs a jobs or a task successfully. This competence demonstrates the high level of the expertise and knowledge that define a professional is a given. This is based on the WIBOA 27. And employee performance with the willingness of the individual or group to carry out tasks or improve skill in accordance with their obligation and procedures, the desired outcome is the example of good performance. Performance is the outcome accomplished by us individual in light of the standard relevance to the position being filled, and explain that the performance or one level of the success in the one work over a given time period is measured against the number of the possible outcome, including predetermined standard, targets, goal, and criteria. This is said Afandi in 2016. And based on the Suma Hadiwijoyo in 2015, the performance of the individual or group within the organization is defined as the degree to which their works is completed within a specific time frames within the bounds of their assigned duties and the responsibility in the furtherance of the organization states goals and in a manner that is both lawful and ethical. Based on the theory from the previous research, it can be used a basis for the writing as well for reference in the building the frameworks. So it can be systematically described the relationship between the variable of the work from home and the HR competencies to the employee performance in the research paradigm as the follow. On the methodology, the object is to study our employee at the financial technology company in Jakarta. This research was conducted on October 2022 to March 2023. Questionnaire, field notes, and the review of the existing literature are all viable options for the gathering information. This is the hypothesis based on the description in the frameworks. The following hypothesis is prepared as one. It is suspected that the work from home has the positive effects on the employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic, H2, it is the suspected that the HR competence has the positive effect on the employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic. H3, it is the suspected work from home and HR competencies has the positive effects on the employee performance during the COVID-19. This is our outer models, and this is our inner model with using the smart PLS. And the finding and discussion from work from homes has no effects on the employee performance. HR competencies has the effects on employee performance. Work from homes and HR competencies simultan has effects on employee performance. This is our conclusion based on the hypothesis. Based on the description in the framework, the result is testing the hypothesis are the follows. H1, it is the suspected that work from home has the positive effect on the employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic, not accepted. And H2, it is suspected that the HR competence has a positive effect on employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic, is accepted. And H3, it is the suspected work from home and HR competence has a positive effect on employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic, is accepted. Research show a causal relationship between the human resource competence and the employee performance. If the human resources competence are improved, employee performance will also increase. This is our recommendation. A larger number of the people in continuous research that will be able to more accurately generalize their finding, and the further research will hopefully distribute and monitor survey response directly and explain the survey contents to respondents so that the results are better and more accurate. Further research will further depend and further develop the research tools, a chance to measure other elements that affect employee performance would be welcome. Okay, thank you for your great attention. This is our presentation about the analysis, work from home and the HR competence to the employee performance during COVID-19. I beg to moderator, Mrs. Dewi Puspanitias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie Sanjaya. If I may conclude it, the research shows a causal relationships between human resources competencies and employee performance. If human resources competencies are improved, so employee performance will also increase. Thank you very much, Mr. Willie Sanjaya and Mr. Adiatma for your great insightful presentation. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Ida Utari Purnamasasi, Ms. Evita Menar Sirait for your presentation with the title of The Impact of Workload and Work Disciplines on Worker Performance in Indonesia. The time is yours, Ms. Ida Utari Purnamasasi and Ms. Evita Menar Sirait. Miss Ida and Miss Evita. We are facing some technical difficulties. Please kindly be patient.
Hello, dear Devi. What is the problem? I want to help you.
Tapi kan aku next permission untuk share screen.
Okay. The next presenter cannot screen share.
Sorry, Devi, do you open the whiteboards? You can close, or the host can close the whiteboard.
Trying my best. Please, host, kindly allow screen share. Miss Ida and Miss Evita, we would like to assist you on the screen share. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we already have the screens. I'm sorry for this technical problem with my computer. Yes, good evening, everybody. Good evening, my colleague. Thank you for Ibu Devi as a moderator. In this case, I would like to present our research. My name is Ida Utari Puramasasi, and I accompany with Evita Menar Sirait and Ibu Dewi Uspaning Daswaini. The title of our research is we're talking about the impact of the workload and work discipline worker performance in Indonesia. We are from Universitas Bhayangkara, Jakarta Raya. Now we go to the introduction. Since people are the organization most valuable asset, human resources must be managed and customized. Employee must be adaptable in all circumstances as technology continues to evolve. Because people are key to the organization of work activities, success in the workplace depends heavily on having efficient human resources. So, employee performance requires supporting factors such as employee work properly, discipline, continuous development, and other in order to produce a satisfactory performance in line with the company objective. This is Dowley et al. 2019 and Finey 2019. Because of work, personnel typically suffer from physical and mental exhaustion, as well as emotional side effects. Workplace discipline must also be taken into account in the company's job activity. Workload and work discipline affect employee performance because an organization can determine whether to provide its employee to the appropriate position by looking first at the workload and work discipline. Then we continue with the literature review. We talk about workload and work discipline and also performance employee. Workload is referred to the amount of the physical and mental strain an employee experiences while doing their assigned task. The workload variable is influenced by the following two factors, endogenous and exogenous factors. Finey 2017. Physical and mental workload is divided into 6 dimensions with physical workload measures including physical stress and effort. Hartel L. 1988. The magnitude of the mental load includes mental strain, time strain, achievement, and frustration level. How about work discipline? Work discipline is the ability and attitude in controlling oneself to obey a certain rule, regulation that have been given by the company in order to achieve goals. Work discipline is the ability of a person to work regularly, diligently, continuously, and work in accordance with the rules that apply and do not violate the rule that have been set indicator of work, namely purpose and ability, leadership example, reward, justice, monitoring, and supervise. Punishment, sanction, firmness, human relation. Some of the principles contained in employee work discipline is norm, attitude, or behavior, and employee attendance, responsibility for work. Performance employee. Performance is the outcome of the work that a person completes in carrying out the responsibility under agreement, skill, and effort. In light of the aforementioned definition, performance may be defined as the outcome of the person obtained while carrying out duty based on expertise, experience, and sincerity in addition to regular timing and established criteria. Managing the outcome of the work that has been done by personnel via implementation. The amount and quality of work completed by an employee in carrying out his tasks in line with responsibility assigned determine the quality of the employee performance. And we're talking about the methodology. The purpose of this study is to ascertain how employee performance at the business in Indonesia is impacted by workload and work ethics. The sample used in this study consisted of employees with a population of 1,435 people, representing to study population of 257 respondents who were employed. Each component of the population has an equal chance of being sampled because the sampling method used was a straightforward random sampling procedure. Observation, questionnaire, and documentation are the data gathering techniques employed in this quantitative study. Validity and reliability tests are used in this data quality test. Traditional assumption tests utilizing the test for the heteroscedasticity, multicollinearity, and normality. Multilinear regression analysis and t-test partial are the analysis technique used. And this is the result. We use the validity test. The convergent validity and discriminant validity are the two criteria that may be used to evaluate the validity test in SMART PLS 3.0. The value of the loading sector can be used for convergent validity, whereas the value of the average variance extract is square root, and cross-loading for discriminant validity. It presents there is a strong positive correlation between each indicator and indicating high convergent validity of either. Now we go on to the reliability test. By using SMART Plus 2022, present that each variable has converged alpha value of more than 0.7 and the composite reliability is more than 0.5 in indicating reliable construct. And then we go to inner model test. The data process using SMART Plus 2022, it can be shift the employee workload and work discipline significantly affect employee performance, since the t-statistic value for this variable is greater than the threshold for the significant in auto model evaluation rule of the thumb. And the last, we use a hypothesis test in determining the extent of each exogenous variable, partially individual effect on endogenous variable. The researcher used the original sample value of the root coefficient. Data processed Smart PLS 2022 present that every variable has a positive value on employee performance, shown by impact of 0.332 from workload and 0.639 from work discipline. So it means it is significant. From the study of the data, employee performance has R-square value of 0.752. The effect of the exogenous factor and endogenous variable may be determined using this R-square value. The conclusion, having result from the data analysis that has been conducted and related to the research problem, it can be concluded as follows. Workload has significant impact. There is a mistypo. Workload has actually significant impact on employee performance at company in Indonesia, while work discipline has a positive and significant one. This is shown from the workload segregation coefficient value. And the second is the conclusion. Employee performance is influenced by the workload and work discipline variables. It resulted from the coefficient of determination value of 0.747. So this is the workload and employee performance. Workload and work discipline variable is influence to employee performance. This is our recommendation. The following, the conclusion above, the researchers give some following recommendation. The first is the authorized person in the company should assign work to the employee along with the specific responsibility in order to improve employee performance and work tools to make easier for the employee to complete their work efficiently and effectively. And the second, the authorized person in the company should provide so clear and specific guidance for each job assigned to employees so as to encourage them to have a sense of willingness to take responsibility of the work. Yes, thank you for that kind attention. This is the end of our presentation. Once again, I apologize for the technical problem in my computer. Thank you, and I'll give it to moderator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ida Witari Purnamasasi and Ms. Evita Menar Sirait. It was indeed an eye-opener that the workload and work disciplines have both significantly impact on the employee's performance. Once again, I would like to thank you very much and salute to the great presentation to both of you. Thank you very much. Good evening. I would like to welcome Mr. Bagas Bascoro and Dr. Insinyur Amelia Naim Indrajaya with the title of the presentation, The Digitalization of Marketing and Sales in the Chemical B2B Sector, a Learning from Europe. Mr. Bagas, the time is yours. Kindly proceed.
Good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. My name is Bagas Baskoro. My supervisor is Dr. Melia Indrajaya, and we are from IPMI International Business School. It's an honor for us to participate at International CEO Congress. Today, we would like to present a research paper regarding the digitalization of marketing and sales in the chemical business-to-business sector, learning from Europe. The outline or the agenda of this presentation can be seen as follows. First one, introduction of the background, the situation in the business-to-business industry. In literature review, we will explain about digitalization in sales and marketing definition, and also digitalization in sales and marketing highlight. Then follow with the methodology, the finding and discussion. Then the last one is conclusion and recommendation. Business to business is just one sector that ongoing digitization. The internet is the key facilitator for entering several global markets, but it also entails several challenges. The rapid development of ICT changes consumer and firm behavior. The abundance of information available on the internet makes global customers often better informed and more attentive to cost-efficient offer of new players on global market. Thus, suppliers are put under increasing price pressure, and customer service and global networks become increasingly relevant. Therefore, digitalization in sales and marketing adoption is one of the key to growing the company or firm capacity and capability in the face of an increasingly unpredictable intensity of the business competition. The present problems the European business-to-business sector is experiencing are discussed in this paper. The field of research, production, and processing can benefit from digital technology from the beginning. However, electronic solution for the sales and marketing sector seems to be developed much slower. As you can see on the left picture, based on the research from Statista, global B2B e-commerce gross merchandise value by region, China is biggest B2B e-commerce market in 2018, while Europe is still behind, only around 2% portion. With the European being the second biggest market in the world, according to its GDP, based on International Monetary Fund data, it's quite surprising that the role of European place in B2B e-commerce sales is almost insignificant. Observing at the number of marketplaces and web shop for chemical, in particularly on a global scale, there are appears to be an abundance. However, so far, Europe only hosts a few promising, which is in the right picture only can be as an example. Not all the global marketplaces are specialized in chemicals only, and they vary considerably in terms of their size, range, and amount of offers. In order to get an overview of the various offers from different suppliers, commercial buyers of chemicals have to search, visit, and compare multiple websites. Therefore, the problem statement here, although the number of investment is increasing in general in the chemical industry in Europe, seems the lag one step behind international when it comes to marketing and sales. And this study aims to highlight the opportunities to the marketers, practitioners, and managers that comprehensive strategy to the B2B e-commerce present for the chemical industry. In the literature review about digitalization in sales and marketing, American Marketing Association defined that digital marketing is any marketing method carried out using electronic equipment including online marketing activities over the internet. The other author, Kotler, explained that digital marketing is not intended to be a replacement for traditional marketing, but they must instead coexist with interchangeable. While Brennan and Crace state that digitalization has been referred to as structuring many different areas of social life around digital communication and media infrastructure. Digitalization in sales will highly be related with digital marketing. Here are some interesting highlights on the facts on digitalization in marketing based on research conducted by Laurina Vasius in 2011. What we would like to highlight here actually, while we might think that investing in digitalization in marketing and sales will end up higher cost and expense, however, it actually can provide other potential increase in revenue, and compared to traditional method, utilizing digitalization in sales and marketing has proven can reduce the marketing and sales costs. With recent internet development and the trend, 60% customers expect brand to provide precise information of their offering on online platform in order to increase their efficiency. The methodology, this study used narrative review method for combining the finding of multiple studies from leading journals, reviews, and chapter books. Hypothesis development, we have 5 research questions and the research framework as seen below. What is the potential market size of the B2B chemical industry in Europe? What are the major reasons that incumbent players are hard to embrace? What are the key features and advantages that can be considered for buyers and suppliers? How is the impact of digital marketing and sales channels such as B2B commerce to sales revenue? How is the impact of pandemic COVID-19 to digital marketing and sales strategy? The hypothesis 1 is digital marketing and digital sales channel has positive effect to sales revenue in B2B chemical industry. And second hypothesis, COVID-19 has significant effect to development of digital marketing and digital sales channel strategy in the chemical industry. The key finding, as you can see here, according to BCI and Deloitte, the marketing and sales in Europe chemical industry seems to lag one step behind internationally when it comes to marketing and sales. Industry still relies on old principles like you can see in general B2B sales cycle. Business is generally conducted on a person-to-person basis. Supplier or customer are acquired through prospecting client process, extensive search, contacted via phone, meetings for presentation, and ask for quotation. Often, the several phone calls and meetings are necessary to finally come to an agreement and deals. And European chemical industry is on the verge of being disrupted. What are the major reasons that incumbent players are hard to embrace? There are 3 main reasons, which is limiting incumbent European players starting their own initiative. First is listening to the best customer only. Second is deeply embedded routines and process. And the third is fear of cannibalization. For the business leader that considering to expand through digital channel or B2B e-commerce, learning from Cambit, one of e-commerce platform in Europe, the key advantage that offered by Cambit as B2B chemical e-commerce is first, highly specialized search engine optimization or SEO. It schematically can be placed one level above the respective marketplace for chemicals. Second is sourcing tool for chemical and related service, help both vendors and buyers to increase their efficiency. Third is provide useful market statistic as an extra service for the user. And the last one, beside the other advantage, this approach serves supplier with an increased range of the buyers with more and better market information. Digital marketing and digital sales channel also has a positive effect to the sales revenue in B2B chemical industry. As I working in BASF, a leading chemical company from Germany, we experience a positive impact by expanding our sales channel through digital channels such as Alibaba, Cambit. Therefore, investment in digitalization is really important. Conclusion and recommendation. First, this study successfully presents digitalization of marketing and sales adoption challenges, particularly in Europe. Two, the benefit of this study can be used as firms as consideration for expanding digital marketing sales channel, not only for European firms, but also for Indonesian firms. Three, one of the limitations of many studies in this area, including the current study, is that limited available research on this aspect, especially impact after COVID-19. Therefore, continued research with quantitative analysis is recommended for future research. Thank you from our side. Over to you back to
Thank you, Mr. Bagas Baskoro. It was a great presentation, and I would like to emphasize on the conclusion, which are: one, that this study successfully presents that digitalization of marketing and sales adoption challenges, particularly in Europe. Secondly, the benefits of the study can be used by firms as consideration for expanding digital marketing sales channels, not only in European firm, but also can be adapted in Indonesia. Thirdly, one of the limitations of many studies in this area, including the current study, is that limited available research on this aspect, especially due to the impact of the COVID-19, post-COVID-19. Again, thank you very much for Mr. Bagas Baskoro and Dr. Amelia Naim for the great presentation. Please allow me to invite Dr. Jun Justinar, Dr. Arlina Permanasari, Dr. Aji Wibowo, Ms. Yona Fina Falois, Ms. Josefa Akrifiani Mutiara, with the presentation titled "The Reinforcement of the Right to Education for Internally Displaced People in Times of Amid Commerce, a glimpse from Indonesia's perspective." Dr. June, the floor is yours. Kindly proceed with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Dewi. Is it okay, my voice? Okay. Good evening.
Yes, indeed.
Good evening. Good evening, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to me to present our paper. Allow me to represent my team. Two of my colleague, Ibu Arlina Permanasari and Bapak Aji Wibowo, and the rest
the two is our students. First of all, I want to inform you that IDPs stands for excuse me. I have to make up a little correction on this paper because the important thing variable is the child. So let me confirm the title is the reinforcement of the right to education for the child of internally displaced people in times of armed conflicts. First of all, I have to differ the term of pengungsi in Bahasa Indonesia because Bahasa Indonesia only knew the term pengungsi both for refugees and IDP, internally displaced people. But when we read some literature, some scholars use the term internal refugee. But I think it will come to, let's say, misleading the use of the term. Then it's better to use specific terminology such as IDP for let's say in Indonesia pengungsi dalam negeri, something like that. Dear colleagues, IDP is person who has been forced to leave their hometown, let's say something like that, or habitual residents to avoid the most of all man-made disaster. But in, let's say, in factual let's say factual news, Indonesia loves to seems like IDP flee their hometown because due to natural disaster as well. But in this context, most of the, let's say, main causes of IDP flows is due to armed conflict. And the critical point of those conflicts is to protect civilians as a whole. The consideration of this research based on those reasons. First of all, Indonesia has ratified the Geneva Convention through law number 59 of 1958. And then the second is, in Indonesia, there are numerous ethnic groups that could lead to horizontal disputes or something like social disputes if only the government cannot handle it. And the third, because there is no specific provision regarding IDP which legally binding to states, so it's kind of, there is no provision regarding IDP yet. And the fourth is children are the most vulnerable group affected by armed conflict. And among the children's rights are education. education right. And for literature review, we learned that armed conflicts categorized into, let's say, two groups or two criteria, which are international armed conflict and non-international armed conflict. Or maybe in Indonesia, international armed conflict tends to say as war. And non-international armed conflict tends to say as kerusuhan dalam negeri, maybe domestical disturbances, something like that. And for international armed conflict, primary provision refer to Geneva Convention and its protocol 1, because protocol 1 is specifically regulate the international armed conflict, whereas the non-international armed conflict regulated by protocol 2. And in the situation of armed conflict, there are maximum and minimum, let's say, guidance, something like that. The maximum applicable to, let's say, to most all armed conflict, I mean, and the minimum tends to protect civilians in internal armed conflict or non-international armed conflict. And in situation of internal armed conflict, some of those provisions regulated in some, let's say, protocol and the convention. Article, the most important one is Article 3, because it is a common article. I mean, the provision repeatedly many times in those convention, because Geneva Convention consists of 13 convention, and then relating to the yes.
This is a reminder. We still have 2 more minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. Okay, that's the important thing to be focused on the research is the right to education for children, the victim of armed conflict. And as the research, we did some collecting data based on news and informant, something like that. And the findings are this: most of all, the center for study, center learner for students are in bad condition. So government needs help for another let's say partner, something like that. And these are the provision relating to the right of the children. And we came to the conclusion that the right to education for children of IDP regulated by a series of provisions, both from international law and national law, and some regulation, national regulation. The fulfillment of the rights of the education was not perfect from for children of IDP, but the government need more help for another parties, and we recommended that recruitment of the teacher is important because some of those children need more attention out of the education aspect, and the financial barrier could be solved by involved by another party through the fundraising. Thank you, Bu Dewi. I think that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. June Justinar. I would like to read the conclusion that the right to education for IDP or internally displaced people, children in times for armed conflict in Indonesia is regulated by a series of provisions, both originating in international law and national laws and regulations. The fulfillment of the right was not perfect, but needed more efforts from the stakeholders. Thank you very much, Dr. June. It was indeed an eye-opener for all of us, and success for your continued researches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Dewi.
Last but not least, I would like to welcome Ibu Johanna, Miss Johanna Octavia, Mr. Jonathan Hakim, with the title of The Effect of Using SAP, a System in Business Intelligence. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Please kindly proceed. Miss Johanna, please kindly double click to enter full screen mode. Dr. June, kindly stop share yours so that Miss Johanna Octavia may proceed with her.
I think already stopped, Bu Dewi, because I didn't see any more.
Dr. Johanna Octavia, please kindly proceed.
I'm sorry, Miss, the error system.
It's okay, just read it.
Okay.
Mr. Jonathan Hakim.
Okay.
Joachim,
Good
can you please
evening.
proceed with the screen share? Okay, proceed,
good.
Ms. Johanna Octavia.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dewi Puspaningtyas. Good evening, all. My name is Johanna Octavia, and my partner is Jonathan Wakim, and my lecturer is Mrs. Dewi Puspaningtyas Faini. In this, I will present our paper with title is The Effect of Using SIP in Business Intelligence. We from Bhayangkara University. Agenda 1, introduction, 2, literature review, 3, discussion, and 4, conclusion. 1, introduction. With increasing business competition, increasing speed with changing market condition and customer need, companies. In long run, company can adapt to a condition to can respond flexibility and quickly to change while keeping their costs under control. Business intelligence can describe approach such as collection, storing, processing, analysis, and presenting enterprise data. Business intelligence tools are getting cheaper and more affordable for enterprise. For example, the business intelligence market is saturated by software vendors such as SIP. The purpose of the paper is to look at the relevance of using SIP as an expert system in business intelligence and being a suitable solution for large company and startup. 2, literature review. 1, business intelligence. A definition. Business intelligence is a data analysis, reporting, and retrieval tool that can help business users manage abundant data to make it informative for decision making. Business intelligence also involves using information technology and data analysis tools to extract information from various data sources, including transaction data, customer data, and industry data. The result of this analysis are then used to provide better insight into business performance, market trends, and business opportunities. B, purpose of business intelligence. Business intelligence as a support for decision making. Business intelligence has 3 main objectives, namely A, improvement decision basic. Decisions are usually made based on information available. The use of business intelligence can summarize into a format that provides an information advantage in day-to-day work. B, increase transparency of company action. With business intelligence, employees have responsibility for their work are thoughts, fact, and figure of operation and opportunity to increase that visibility of the company as a whole. C, so the relationship between standalone information. In this case, business intelligence aims to integrate the data from various sources and recognize relationships that cannot be obtained from the information source considered individually. 2, expert system. A, definition. Expert system is a computer system that equals decision-making ability of an expert. Expert system is also defined as an intelligent computer program that use knowledge and inference procedure to solve problems that are difficult enough to require an expert to solve them. B, pros of expert system. Broadly speaking, there are many advantages obtained with the expert system, including A, make knowledge and advice more readily available. B, increase output and productivity. C, store expert skill and expertise. D, improving problem solving. E, improving reliability. F, provide a quick response or answer. G is an intelligent guidance. H, can work with incomplete information and uncertainty. A, database intelligence, that expert system can be used to access database in an intelligent way. C, cons of expert system. 1, problem obtaining knowledge where knowledge cannot always be obtained easily. B, 2, The create truly high quality expert system is difficult and requires enormous cost for development and maintenance. 3, the system cannot making decision. 4, expert system are not 100 profitable. Therefore, it needs to be careful restarted before use. 3, system analysis and product in data processing atau SIP. A, definisi. SIP is a system application and process which is one of the application used by many companies to carry out an integration or combine into one various very complex company problem. When the SAP program operates, SIP has certain function including function in several fields in the company such as 1, sales and distribution, which assistant is efficiency of activity related to the customer order management process. Sales and distribution rule in to improve the efficiency of every operational activity for the shipping, sales, and billing process for every order from consumer. 2, material management has a function in terms of the
Miss
financing.
Johanna,
Yes.
our reminder that you have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Miss. 2, material management. 3, product planning. 4, quality management. 5, planning maintenance. 6, human resource management. 7, finance accounting. 8, controlling. 9, asset management. 10, project system. Example, the SIP display used in company. 1, monitoring and control movement of product. 2, submission of product procurement. B, implementasi of SIP. There are 3 benefit implement SIP in company. 1, increase the speed of business process. 2, improve consistency of business process. 3, improve the quality the process. Usefulness of SIP. SIP has used in company include 1, improve customer service. 2, more efficient production planning. 3, monitoring efficiency. 4, improve company data security. Discussion. The use business intelligence in retail company is need mainly for data integration, storing data, data preparation, or data analysis, and for present data. Business and intelligence become too basic for making decision within the company. Business intelligence can be systematic solution where data that was previously processed manually will be extracted and done automatically. SAP is itself has part of the objective of the expert system, but drawback of SIP is that this tool can only be operated by users who are expert or experienced. Conclusion. SIP is ERP software that help many companies manage business process and operation. With the models provide, SIP can improve business speed, consistency, and quality. In its implementation, SAP can reduce the risk of error, increase efficiency, and improve customer service. SAP is important style for company that want to optimize their business process, but SAP there are still comings, namely not being able to do debugging, so that while SAP is don't cause the application not be used until SAP has been repaired, and in terms of use only for some expert user who can operate the SAP. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you
I
very
beg
much.
to moderate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johanna Octavia. It was indeed.
I am sorry. Hello.
Thank you very much. I'm finished. Let me conclude that thank you very much for all presenters that has been attending. And I would like to return this to the host. Thank you very much. Good evening from Indonesia. Good afternoon. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
I'm
much,
reaching
Devi.
this to the host. Thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Bu
much.
Thank you, Devi.
Thank you, Bu Devi.
I am sorry, I am a little bit late because I lived internet connection problem. Let's continue. Now I think second paper will be presented. Mrs. Am I right?
No, actually, the first presentation will be done. The session will start with you, dear Akman.
Now I will continue.
No, the session will start now with you.
I am sorry.
Yes, we didn't present any presentation from this session.
Okay. I am.
The session will start now.
Oh, okay. I am sorry. Hello, everyone. Everybody, welcome to our session 6. We are starting with Mr. Partha Pransanik. He will present British rule and dress codes in India. Mr. Partha Pransanik is here.
Hocam aslında ilk şeyle başlayacağız. İlk sunumla. Veli'lerinkiyle. Yeni başladı oturum.
Yok yani bendeki oturumda şey gözüküyor. Bu bahsettiğim bildiri gözüküyor. Program mı değişti acaba?
Belki de öyle oldu hocam. Ben size güncel programı atıyorum hemen.
Hemen.
WhatsApp'tan ilettim hocam.
Teşekkür ederim. Oh. It's changed. Okay. Başlayabiliriz herhalde, değil mi Kerim Hocam?
Tabii ki hocam, buyurun.
Everybody welcome. I had old version of the program. Sorry because of this. Now we will continue with Professor Willy Arafa, Dr. Bhagwanish Santosa, Dr. Terapsna, Jennifer Victoria Astari Haryanto, Anfat Nialingan. His paper titled as Strategies to Outcomes Business Transformation After Pandemic COVID-19.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. May I help Fiat to share the screen, please? Okay, good evening. Sorry, I will open my video. May I help my partner to open the screen? Please, Fiat.
Yep, he's in progress to open his screen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will introduce myself. I am the team from the article that the title is Strategy
to overcome business transformation after pandemic COVID-19. My team, may I introduce, is Professor Willy Arafa, Dr. Wahyuningsi Santosa, and I am myself, Tiara Puspa, and also Jennifer Victoria Astari Haryanto. Here we come from the University Trisakti from Indonesia. And also there is Anfat Nilaingan from Thailand University, Prince Songkla University. Okay, our article is strategies to overcome business transformation after pandemic COVID-19. Next, please. Okay, the agenda is we will introduce, and after that literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, and conclusion and recommendation. Okay, next please. Okay, the introduction. The decline in company performance productivity due to COVID-19 has caused every company to think about a strategic pattern to win market competition. This study used a qualitative approach using interview techniques with 5 business people who are experienced business transformation due to COVID-19 pandemic. Next, please. Okay, so this research aims is to provide strategic guidance for companies to overcome business transformation after COVID-19 era. Next, please. Okay, this is our background because the business strategy are very important for businessmen and to know about because to help the following ways such as identify trends, planning, focus effort, and competitive advantage, and also long-term sustainability. Next, please. Okay. As we know that our strategy have external and internal factor that will cause opportunity and threats. There are external factors such as economic factor, political, technological, social factor, environmental, and also competitive factor. Next, please. Okay, here there are some changes that have been observed before and after the pandemic. Yeah, it's very little, so okay. Before pandemic, sorry, a lot of business that come usually, but after the pandemic, all the business is become crash, yeah, because a lot of product in the shop cannot buy because a lot of people go to the in their home. Okay, next please. Next please. Okay, overall, the pandemic has caused significant change in the way business operate, with many companies having to adapt to new circumstances to survive. Then, choosing the right strategies are important to overcome business transformation after the pandemic COVID-19, because the pandemic have brought about a change in the way companies do business. So the pandemic has radically changed demand patterns for product and service across sectors. Okay, next please. Okay, next. So this is our literature review. Next. About our theoretical background. Our theoretical background is about the management strategy. Next, please. About tactic, about understanding the environmental factor. Next. about pandemic and effective from the former studies. Next. And about disruption, the service industry because of COVID-19. Next. And here it can be to the methodology. Okay. Our methodology, this research is qualitative study, analyzed based on case studies. Our unit analysis used in this study is individual. The techniques used in this study was a semi-structural interview with question through questionnaires. Respondent in this study was entrepreneur engaged in service industry and manufacturing as many 5 people. Respondent criteria are people with have experience in dealing with COVID-19 in their organization. Respondent answer will then be analyzed by categorizing and computing the result of the interviews. And our data analysis is a descriptive statistics. Respondent in this study on average have been in the service sector for more than 5 years. And the age of respondent varied, namely then were 2 respondent age and 30 years and 3 people over 30 years. Okay, next please. The finding and the discussions. Okay, next. This in the top of the statement, this is what are the main strategies that business can implement to adapt effectively in the changing market dynamic post COVID-19. This is the question of our interview with five people. They average. They said that past COVID-19, there are several key strategies that can be implemented for the business. First is increase online procedure, diversity products and service, increase operational flexibility, focus on safety and health, strengthen customer relationship, and optimizing data usage. Second, next please. And our second interview is how can business leverage digital technology in drive transformation effort after the pandemic? And they all said, average say that use e-commerce, adoption of cloud solution, data analytic and artificial intelligence, automatization of business process, customer engagement, social media, and artificial intelligence and chatbots. And next, please. The third question is what step can companies take to ensure a smooth transition and successful implementation of business transformation initiated after COVID-19? And our respondents said that first is to establishing a transformation vision and strategy, strong transformation leader, engagement and strong communication, employee engagement, detailed action plans, measurement and monitoring of progress, and flexibility and adaptability. Next, please. And our next question is how do organizations ensure alignment of their workforce with new business transformation strategy after pandemic? And average they said that they must increasing skill and competence, renewal skill requirements, training and development, selection and placement of the right and employees communication and engagement, and also monitoring and evaluations. Next. And how can companies cultivate a culture of agility and adaptability to address the uncertainties and challenges associated with business transformation? They said that they must have a supportive leadership and also flexibility in organization structure, continuous learning and innovation, open transparent communication, reward recognition, and employee involvement. Okay, so here we come in the conclusion and recommendations. Okay, several strategies that can be implemented in business to adapt after COVID pandemic, namely increasing online presence, diversifying product and service, increasing operational flexibility, focusing and securing health, strengthening customer relationship, optimizing data usage. Digital technology can be utilized to become the key to driving business transformation after the pandemic. Okay, there are several steps that companies can take, namely state vision, transformation strategy, strong transformation leaders, engagement, and strong communication, and also employee engagement. Okay, detailed action plans, manufacture and monitoring program, flexibility and adaptability. Okay, the workforce and strategies used for post-pandemic transformation can be pursued by following steps: mapping skill and competencies, updating skills needs, training and development, selection and placement, the right employees, communication and involvement, monitoring and evaluation. In addition, the culture of the dexterity and adaptability also needs to be improved. Okay, maybe this all for our team presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh from Indonesia.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question? Oh, thank you very much again. And now we will continue with Tiara Puspa, Daisy Esantoni, Netanya Emiliza, Ditaoki Berlianti, Hershadanya Ibrahim. Title of their paper is The Role of Talent Management in Addressing Post-COVID-19 Business Transformation.
Good evening. Let me introduce our team. Okay, our team is me, Tiara Puspa, Desi Asianti, Netanya Emilisa, Ditaoki Berlianti, and Harsha Danya Ibrahim. We come from Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia. Sorry, so I will present again the second article that our team make it. Okay. Is my screen is already open? Okay. This is our agenda. Our agenda is introduction, methods, methodology, and also conclusions. Okay. In this era globalization, the development of technology and information encourage competition in the industrial world to be stronger, so that the level competition between companies is getting higher. Therefore, companies need to adapt and make improvements to various sectors, including human resource. Effective and efficient human resource management will make it easier for a company to achieve its goals. To be able to continue to grow and achieve company goals, the company must focus on existing changes, including finding or retaining the right talented employees in the company. Okay. This kind of talent management experience, this kind of talent management experience major changed throughout the years, and it has been more noticeable in the recent years. Talent management is the first step for every company to win the talent war, because by winning the talent war, the possibility of the company to dominate the market becomes higher. Okay, prior research about the transformation of talent recruitment strategies by different companies post-pandemic is a lot of, but there is a lack of explanation for the factor that caused those changes in the practice of talent management. There is a lack explanation for the factor caused those changes in practice of talent management. So our objective of this research is to find out the process of running talent management, which was carried out after the COVID pandemic period in companies engaged in service and manufacturing industries in Indonesian context. Okay, our literature review. Next, our literature review is talent management. Talent management is a set of human resource process designed to develop and sustain productive employees. And also we have in our understanding is talent management benefit, and also we have a talent management strategic planning and activation, and also we have talent management process. And we come also to have understanding about talent management model and talent management framework. Okay, after that we come to our methodology. This research methodology is a qualitative study which was analyzed by case studies. The techniques used in this study is a semi-structured interview where the questions are served in an online questionnaire. Respondents in this study are entrepreneurs and employees that are engaged in the service and manufacturing industries. This criterion for the respondent are the people who have experience in dealing with talent management past COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 condition in their companies. Respondent answer will then be analyzed by categorized and comparing the result of the interview by process talent management framework. So the data after that we will analyze using a descriptive statistic method. Okay, after that this is our interview questionnaire. Yeah, then we come to the finding and discussion. Okay, the finding first is the talent management, the talent management process that will be present in this research is seen from the talent management process. So first, the talent criteria will, where it will be determined what talents will be selected, which are usually mentioned in the form of programs. The result, on the average, our respondent, we will see that the result of our research and the company observation have not specifically mentioned the expected talent criteria. That is because the company studies are still in the middle, expected talent criteria. This is because the companies is traditional. Second, talent pool selection. It is determination of the media used for the process of identifying and collective talents that match with the predetermined criteria. The media usually they use Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, LinkedIn, Glints, JobStreet, Job Hunters, Job Fairs. Okay, the result, based on the result, research observation in the field can be concluded that they are already have acquiring program and the average is still traditional. Okay, the third is, the development of talent acceleration program result from the result of data collection in the field in the form of providing case studies, technical skill training, and soft skilling training related to creativity and productivity, and training on leadership, training method provided still tend to be of the job training and not in the form acceleration for future development. So they just make a development or to be their job training, not for the future development. And also key position assignment include determining what tasks should be done by people in the talent position. From the result of our data collection, the field including MBTI, DISC, MMPI skill test in accordance with HR competency. So the result, the program provided by the companies that are object of research are on the average still related to the job description of each job. So the position in the talent, not for the future, but just for the job description to their job. Okay. After that, we come to the number 5, evaluating program progress, including the parties involved in talent management. They already use evaluating from HR division, human resource division, and also by profiling degree of assessment, 360-degree assessment. The result, the evaluation process carried out by the average company is still used to assess employee in their work, just to assess employee to their work, not for future work. So it's far from the talent management. Okay. Also the retention program from the result of data collection in the field are scholarship, employment contracts, work bonus, and spiritual tourism. The average company has given reward according to their performance, but these rewards are only related to the implementation of work and not for development and sustainability and employee careers in the future. From the result, observation, and research, proposition can be given that, namely, average medium-sized company in Jakarta talent management program has not been played on an active role. Okay. So for the conclusion and the recommendation, first, the research object is an average medium company which has not fully linked with the vision and mission of human resource management strategy related to talent management. And the average company carries out HR operational function only at the level of human resource management and considering employees as a cost, and has not yet led to the human capital management, which is considering employees as an asset. Third, post-COVID-19 talent management on average has not played a role medium-sized companies. And the company, the company needs to conduct what is manager do, implication managerial. The company needs to conduct benchmark with the large companies that have good talent programs. And second, company leaders need to link the company vision and mission with company human capital. And last, the limitation of our team research is this research only took data from 9 companies, with 6 of them are 3 manufacturing companies and 6 service companies. So this is our recommendation for the next research is there is a need for hypothesis testing with a quantitative approach with this type of this research. Okay. This all for our team presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh from Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. Do you have any question? Let's continue with third paper. It is prepared by Mr. Partha Paramanik, titled as British Rule and Dress Codes in India.
Ma'am, you're not audible. I think you're mute.
Third present. Yes. Hello, Yuki Chowdhury. Title. I am sorry because of my pronunciation.
No, ma'am, it's fine. It's actually accurate. Thank you.
Paper name is India's Access to Clean Energy Independent on Lithium. Let's continue, please.
Greetings. I am Yuki Chaudhary and I'm from India. I am presenting my paper now. If you can't see or can see, please respond so I can get the idea. Kindly give me some time. I think it's having a few technical issues. Please give me some time.
Okay, we are waiting.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you so much for responding.
Okay.
Is my presentation visible?
Actually, it was visible, but now it is not visible.
Yes, actually it got hanged. So like I did that again and I can't find it right now. Like I can, but please hang in there for like a second or two, please.
You should,
Okay, yeah,
yes, it's good, it's good.
okay.
Now it's visible. Please carry on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for hanging with me there, for bearing with me all this time. I'm Yuki Chaudhary, and I have done my bachelor's with honors in political science from Scottish Church College under the University of Calcutta, located in West Bengal, India. And the topic of my paper is India's access to clean energy is dependent on lithium. Now, I'm going to share my agenda. So we are going to start with introduction and then literature review. And then I'm going to show you my research on two different parts under the topic. The first one is lithium's role in boosting India's clean energy industry. And the second one is USA's interest for partnership with India. The third one is methodology. Fourth one is findings and discussions. And I will end up with conclusion and recommendations from my end. So let's start with the introduction. The Geological Survey of India made the first ever discovery of 5.9 million ton lithium reserve in the Resi area of Jammu and Kashmir and is regarded as the nation's first lithium reserve. But in Karnataka, it was found that 1600 tons of lithium were already there, but it was discovered that it wasn't economically viable due to its quality. But the lithium reserve that's found in Jammu and Kashmir, it's very economically viable and it's very high in quality. Now, the question is actually how lithium can support India's goal of developing clean energy economy, its long-term effects, and how the US will profit from the strategic partnership and its future course. I have quoted Rajesh Sharma, a researcher under TOI, Times of India Group in India. The seventh largest lithium resource in the world is now found in India, but it also takes some time to turn this into reserves. The discovery has strategic importance for India as the shortage of lithium, an essential component in batteries that are used to power electric vehicles, solar panels, wind energy, and so forth, will be solved far more effectively. So from this quote, we can actually get an idea and information about the lithium and how it can be used in the real life, like in electronic vehicles and solar panels and wind energy. So actually we are talking about sustainability and clean energy. Literature review. I have taken 3 articles and 3 really good articles on this very new topic. According to the article, India's lithium discovery could boost green energy but creates problems in the region, published in 2023 in the field of renewable energy, lithium has hailed as a major contributor. The second one says that India's big lithium find and what it means for the country, the topic of the title, the title of the article, it says that US and India anticipated to collaborate in the lithium sector in a variety of ways. For instance, 2 nations can work together on R&D projects, which is research and development projects, and work on the extraction and processing of lithium, as well as discover fresh and more effective uses of the metal in batteries, especially lithium-ion batteries. The third one is written by Molan in his article, Jammu and Kashmir, India's first big lithium find boosts electric car hoops, published in 2023 in the BBC, has opined that a vital supply of water for cultivation industry home use in Chenab River, which flows through Jammu and Kashmir into Pakistan, lithium waste from DC mining operations that is discharged into Chenab could harm its ecosystem and water quality severely. So these we can find out the negative impacts. Now, lithium's role in boosting India's clean energy industry. So we can identify that there are 4 ways in which it can boost India's EV market and also its stand in the international market. The first one is storage of energy. The second one is increase in EV adoption. Third one is reduction in cost. And the fourth one is Indian economy. So if we can invest in EVs, electronic vehicles, and which makes sustainable energy, affording sustainable energy really feasible, we can afford it. So it In overall, it can boost Indian economy. Next, lithium's role in boosting India's clean energy industry. So I have identified these in a pattern. Consequently, lithium has the potential to play a significant role in India's EV development as well as renewable energy sector. USA's interest for partnership with India. Now, Mr. Geoffrey R. Pyatt, when he visited India between 13th and 17th, this year only, it was a swift response that India is really interested in exporting lithium. For it is, US is one of the highest manufacturers of EV vehicles. And then it's really clear from India's G20 presidency and strategic collaboration that lithium is needed by the US, and India can have a really strong stand in the international market if it invests in lithium manufacturing. US's interest for partnership with India. Now, research and development projects plus new lithium manufacturing facilities can build up India-US relationship in lithium sector. US's interest for partnership with India. So sustainability is the greater goal of both the countries. So the 4 points I've enlisted are safeguarding health and safety of employees who are working in the manufacturing units of lithium, regulatory framework for lithium mining, equal distribution of production, and lessening environmental damage, which is the ultimate goal here. The methodology I have used here is journals, websites, and obviously news channels and discussions, interviews which I have conducted with researchers in Observer Research Foundation, and also I have gone to the National Library and researched on various books on sustainable energy and sustainability. So the findings and discussions, we can see that India is now the 5th largest lithium resource in the world, which can really help in sustainability and in the big form of EV ion batteries, in the lithium ion batteries, and which could really serve great in India-US relationships. I have pointed out these only 7th largest lithium reserve, sustainable energy, which can help India's domestic policies regarding climate change, and presence in international market, and finally strengthening India-US strategic partnership. In conclusion, I can say that lithium is a metal that India has considerable deposits of, and the nation is moving to enhance its production in order to fulfill the rising demand from international markets. By developing lithium resources in a sustainable and ethical manner, India can contribute to meet increasing demand and promote evolution to a future which is more sustainable and clean. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your time. Thank you for having me, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper here.
I am sorry. Thank you, Yuki, for your presentation. Do you have any question? Let's continue another other presentation. Also, it will be presented again, Yuki Chowdhury. Re-evaluation of India-China relations on the commencement of Xi Jinping's third term.
I have already introduced myself, so I am skipping that part. I am coming to agenda, which is again introduction, and then literature review, and then 2 subparts. India's thoughts on China, and vice versa, China's thoughts on India. The third one is methodology, fourth is findings and discussion, and the fifth one is conclusions and recommendation. Introduction. So after a week-long political rally, which lasted from 16th to 22nd of October 2022, to eliminate major opposition groups and strengthen Xi Jinping's political position, the Chinese president has won a remarkable third term. It was also announced that establishment of a 7-member Politburo Standing Committee led by Xi and the inner circle of the power in the Communist Party of China led by the members. The Standing Committee line up by additional evidence that Xi's hold on power is unaffected by last year's tumultuous events, including a grave economic stagnation, repercussions of the zero-COVID policy, which we are all aware of, including the Russian invasion in the Ukraine. President Xi has persisted to stare at the Galwan Valley, sending a vehement signal to India. I have quoted from Davidson and colleagues in an article posted under The Guardian in 2022 called China's leader Xi Jinping secures third term and stacks inner circle with loyalists, which says President Xi took the initiative and announced that he could serve a third term as party general secretary. Jinping stays chairman of the military commission directing the People's Liberation Army. The long speculated appointment shows the leader's success in centrally consolidating the power in Beijing. So from these, we can say that Xi Jinping has really taken his stand in China, and which is really like important in world politics and which can't be ignored at all by India. Literature review. So I have taken the article What Xi Jinping's Third Term Means for the World, written by Schumann in 2022, which says that in March 2013 was the outset of his journey as president, and he succeeded as Hu Jintao's. He came after Hu Jintao. Like China began land reclamation in the South China Sea from 2013 to 14, building artificial islands and airstrips and additional facilities in the sea, spreading its claimed territorial reach along the crucial waterways. In October 2017, when Xi Jinping began his second 5-year term as party leader, the party incorporated his philosophy, Xi Jinping thought. I have taken another article under the Beijing News, AP, which says that China's opponents received more forceful messages during the second term of Xi Jinping. China responded in a similar manner than the United States of America led by Donald Trump. Hong Kong eventually endured this harsh messaging as well. Xi Jinping's administration responded halfway through 2020 by enforcing national security law that suppressed opposition in the city. And the last article, Charles and Bracken in 2022, called What is the Immigrant Debt Crisis and Why Does It Matter for the Global Economy?, which says that China's heavily indebted real estate industry, a significant growth driver, experienced a prolonged downturn as a result of the development of immigrant groups, which is China's second largest real estate company. I have quoted another article by AP News Bureau as well, which says that Nancy Pelosi to the self-governing island that China claims as its territory. It talks about Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and the reactions which came from China, especially Jinping. India's thoughts on China. So now India and China began to come to terms with one another in the time of Cold War. But a number of self-confidence building measures were agreed upon. Both states joined a number of multilateral organizations. The trade boomed. China's investment in India's electronic, solar, telecom, and chiefly digital sectors increased significantly, but there was always a hint of jealousy from India's side. So India's awareness of the dangers posed by growing economic, military, technical disparities between the two countries has always increased over the last few decades. Changes in Chinese behavior as a result of Asian power shift are the most significant cause here. India's thoughts on China again. Due to China's growing influence in the region, CBMs have under the less pressure. Another thing is that numerous individuals contend that the border impasse in Doklam in 2017 was the driving force behind India's decision to reconsider its participation in the Quad. India's Act East policy connectivity initiatives, which have shifted India's focus away from China and towards Southeast Asia. It is thought that China is encircling India when it builds ports and naval bases close to India's marine outposts, such as Coco Island in Myanmar, Chittagong in Bangladesh, Marau Atoll in the Maldives, and Gwadar in Pakistan most importantly. India is unquestionably worried about the string of pearls, which is in quotes, that is around its neck. So there is always looming danger. I have quoted another article which says that India believes in ASEAN centrality, India's security cooperation with United States and other associations like India-Pacific Economic Framework, the Quad. These are really helping India in its security measures and strategic policies. Now, China's thoughts on India. India is never considered to be on par with China in Beijing's strongly hierarchical vision for Asia. So, China supports Pakistan, which always has a negative impact on the policies of India. As a member of the Global South, Beijing has attempted to form coalitions with India whenever possible. China fundamentally rethought the nature of India's threat following the Doklam impasse, which is in 2017, as was discussed earlier. China is at a disadvantage due to the asymmetry of threat perceptions despite the disparate national might. India's GDP is 20% higher than China's. To put it another way, while India sees China as its primary threat, China views India as a secondary issue. It's not important for China because of their might and resources. In terms of national strength or as nuclear conventional arms race, India may not yet to be able to compete with China. The growing alliance between US and India enrages China. According to Morishi, in the 2002 article, a few academics from China have asserted that India's opposition to the One China policy is rooted in the Kashmir dispute. And Indian Foreign Minister, the late Sushma Swaraj, had also urged China to adhere to its own One India policy. So this is the difference here, the difference in ideologies. In any case, obviously, China needs India as an exchanging accomplice to support its gross domestic product. Both parties are aware of their economic engagement. Additionally, Wuhan Summit demonstrated that the two nations are eager to iron out their misunderstandings and tie knots and do not engage in military conflict. Methodology. The methodology I have used here are journals and websites, and I have also interviewed researchers in the Observer Research India and Raisina House. I have also taken references from books in the National Library located in Kolkata. Now coming to the findings and discussions. So this is a multipolar world now, not that US is the most powerful or someone is the least powerful. This is a multipolar world now. Now China imagines itself to be Asia's only superpower. At the moment, members of the Strategic and Intellectual Committee are debating India-China relations, which have brought light to a number of issues, including the potential for the relationship in the future and main current obstacles. The mutual mistrust and suspicion has grown over time, reaching extreme levels in the current circumstances. I have quoted Shaban in the Gulf News, India-China dispute, what is the significance of Galwan Valley? So by arming soldiers with lethal weapons during the standoff, China violated all established protocols and agreements. So the CBMs were affected. Future of the India-China relations, which are recommendations from my side, how can they improve on the relations? In order to further strengthen their relationship, both parties can take several actions for the mutual benefit. Both nations must acknowledge that their civilizations have ancient histories and they should move on from their conflicts. The main cause of the conflict has emerged as a border dispute between the two nations, which must be resolved. This has to be discontinued because it would be turbulent for both the people and governments. So instead of being merely temporary, the peace processes ought to be long-term. In the economic front, the current performance is worse than normal, despite the fact that there is a good chance of a positive association. They can boost their business. Counterpoint research says that Chinese companies made 114 million or 72% of the 158 million smartphone devices that were exported and put on the Indian market. China, on the other hand, can't ignore the fact that Pakistan nurtures some of the most wanted terrorist brains behind the majority of global terrorist attacks. The issue of psychological operation that is exuding from Pakistan ought to be essential concentration from both China and India. Conclusion: since the 1950s, the relations between India and China has gone through a number of ups and downs. The tactical spending plans of two nations have expanded because of line interruptions. There have been arms race. China has emerged as India's most important trading partner, but a special arrangement structure should be utilized by both countries so that they can communicate with one another and South Asian countries such as Bangladesh, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, and Maldives, Sri Lanka, to discuss issues pertaining to the region. These are my references. And thank you so much for bearing with me, and thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Yoko Chowdhury. Do you have any question? No question. Let's continue. Sixth paper. It is prepared by Assistant Professor Dr. Neda Napari and Mohammed Hüseyinpor Jamadi, titled as Designing the Employer Brand Model of Insurance Companies in order to overcome the challenge of attracting and retaining talented and specialized human resources, qualitative approach, grounded theory.
And gratitude for giving us an opportunity. My name is Neda Napari. I'm from Iran and I'm assistant professor and faculty member of Islamic Azad University. My collaborator of the research project is Dr. Mohammed Hüseyinpor Jamadi. He's from Iran and manager of the insurance industry. We do appreciate your consideration. The subject: designing the employer brand model of insurance companies in order to overcome the challenge of attracting and retaining talented and specialized human resources. Qualitative approach, grounded theory. Neda Napari, Mohammed Hüseyinpor Jamadi, Islamic Azad University, Tehran, Iran. Agenda: 1. Introduction. 2. Literature review. 3. Methodology. 4. Findings and discussion. 5. Conclusions and recommendations. Introduction. The reasons for selecting this topic or subject, including 1. Lack of talented and specialized human resources in all industries. 2. Intense competition in the insurance industry. 3. The war on attracting and maintaining specialized and talented human resources. And one question: is there a possible solution in the name of strengthening the employer's brand? how is the employer brand model of insurance companies in order to overcome the challenge of attracting and retaining talented and specialized human resources. Literature review. Review of 20 authoritative scientific articles in the field of human resource industry, attracting and retaining human resources. The details of this review can be seen in the text of the article. Methodology. Step 1. The statistical population of the research. In this research, a group of human resources experts, including university professors, organizational consultants, and senior human resources managers of insurance companies, were considered as the statistical population. It should be noted that the expert characteristics included the following: master in the field of human resources management in insurance companies, master in the field of employer brand, master in the field of recruiting and maintaining human resources in insurance companies.
I am sorry, Mrs. Napari, I am sorry, we couldn't see your presentation. It is not flow. It doesn't flow.
I'm sorry, I don't have any your speak in your voice. Please repeat again. Dr. Tuva, please repeat again.
Your presentation is not flow. Doesn't flow.
Hocam sunumlara bu kadar kısa koymuşlar presentation'ı. Daha çok açıklamalı gidiyorlar.
Ha, okay. Okay, let's continue. Okay. I cannot hear you.
Please speak Turkish with my collaborator.
Turkish. Sunum akmıyor, o yüzden sunum akmıyor. Yani siz metodoloji diyorsunuz, hala 4. sayfası var sunumun, onu söylemeye çalıştım. Okay.
Evet.
Okay.
Next page. Gel. Page'e ver. Onu çok iyi denemiş. Arabaya geçen time onu denmeden gibi.
Step 2. Statistical research sample and sampling. In this research, the purposeful sampling method was used. In this way, the people to be interviewed were selected based on the relevance of the resume to the research objective and the interview individual. This process continued until theoretical saturation was reached and finally interviews were conducted. Data collection. In this research, the grounded theory method was used. The main tool for data collection was in-depth and unstructured interview marketing experts. In this interview, the researcher tried to gently insert the discussion and gain the initial trust of the community leaders, asking about the antecedents and context of the employer brand of insurance companies. The consequences bring up this phenomenon, and in this way, get the basic concepts for designing the model. Data analysis method. In this research, in order to analyze the interview and achieve the conceptual model of research, the grounded theory method and three-stage open, central, and selective codings were used. Findings and discussion. Step 1, open coding. This stage of analysis was dedicated to identifying and extracting basic concepts from the content of the interview. Based on this, after conducting each interview, research extracted and coded the concept in the text of the interview by reviewing it several times. A total of 9 interviews were conducted, 123 initial concepts were extracted. And after examining and putting them together and removing duplicate concept, 39 final concepts were identified. 2, axial coding. At this stage, it was tried to create more general categories called categories by paying deep attention to the identified concepts and recognizing their similarities and differences with each other, and placing the concepts of the same and the same direction in this more general category. The results of this process was the identification of 13 main categories. 3, selective encoding optional. At this stage of the analysis, the identified categories were placed on the paradigm model. Conclusion and recommendations. This model has 5 variables, including causal conditions. 1, company strategies. 2, the positive attitude of the company's senior managers toward talented and expert employees. 2, the economic situation of the company. 3, the state of the supply of talented and specialized labor in the society. 5, the level of competition in the industry. Variable context. 1, organizational culture supporting human resources. 2, ethical orientation of the company in the process of recruiting and retaining employees. Environmental variables. 1, modeling successful insurance companies in the field of attracting and retaining talented and specialized employees. 2, competitors moves to attract talented and specialized employees. Main category. The company, context variables. 1, organizational culture supporting human resources. 2, ethical orientation of the company in the process of recruiting and retaining employees. Main category. The company's practical efforts to attract and retain talented and expert employees. Strategies variable. 1, inducing a sense of worth to talented and expert employees. 2, designing a motivational career path for talented and expert employees. Consequences variable. Motivated and continuous presence of the employee in the company. Suggestion 1 for future research. According to the experience gained in this research, future researchers are suggested to take a step to explain the conceptual model resulting from this research in a wide society and try to test the conceptual model of this research through quantitative methods such as structured equation modeling. suggestion too for future researchers. Also, future researchers are suggested to use other methods such as Delphi method, content analysis, and etc. for the modeling path in order to overcome one of the main limitations of this research, which is considered to be time-consuming, somehow disappear. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question? Let's continue. The seventh paper. The name of the paper is Portfolio Equity Flows between Developed and Emerging Markets. It was prepared by Paul Blonsky.
Good morning, everyone. Can you stop sharing because I can't start sharing my screen? My name is Paweł Błoński. I am PhD student at Warsaw School of Economics. Thank you for having me. I would like to present a topic, portfolio equity flows between developed and emerging markets. Some analysts point to the alternation of larger increases in stock indices on the stock exchanges of developed and emerging markets. They indicated that the stock markets of emerging countries showed higher dynamics of growth in periods when the stock markets of developed countries recorded weaker growth of dynamics of the main indices. In the same way, when the markets of developed countries grew faster, the stock exchanges of emerging countries were slower. And as a reason of this phenomena are indicated flows of portfolio equity capital between or to developed and emerging markets. And as an example, they show usually a relative performance, relative strengths of emerging market equity represented by MSCI Emerging Markets Index and developed market equities represented by MSCI World Index. And in the scientific literature, the subject of portfolio equity flows between or to developed and emerging markets have not been exhaustive research and presented. Flows are researched towards emerging markets, or stocks market periods and cycles are analyzed separately. For example, Fruit O'Connor's research based on the result of a study of 44 countries between 94 and 98 indicates strong trends in portfolio equity flows to emerging markets. Similar analysis carried out by Lee Yang for periods from 90s to 2015 for 55 countries result on correlation between portfolio flows state the common connection. This result indicates period in which the stock exchanges of this country recorded an increase in share prices. For example, in studies that covered years from 70s to 2006, Bilal present a valuable analysis of changes in flows into the emerging markets. The individual sub-periods of 75, 79, and from 90s to 94 witnessed remarkably higher surge that are driven by equity flows in the later. And I decided to study that, and my methodology was based on the period from 75 to 2022, and I divided countries according to MSCI methodology. I used monthly logarithmic rates of return. Then I built two capitalization weighted indices based on the main stock indexes for individual countries, one for developed and one for emerging markets. As a weight, I used market capitalization of listed domestic companies, that is data from the World Bank, and I use my indices, for example, for USA, Standard & Poor's 500, for China, Shanghai Stock Exchange Composite Index. Then I calculated relative performance, relative strength for individual periods, and I determine the cycles. Relative performance or relative strength, it is divided one index by the other. After that, I focused on portfolio equity flows. That is also data from the World Bank. And after that, I calculated portfolio equity flows to developed and emerging countries for each year. Then I compared them with relative performance and returns of indexes for both indexes. Then I calculated a correlation between a rate of returns of indices and real inflows to those countries. After that, to forecast, I built autoregressive integrated moving average model, or calculation were done in programming language R. This is the division between developed markets and emerging markets. It is last update from MSCI indices. And when I calculated these indices, I divided emerging markets by developed market, that is relative performance, sometimes called relative strength. And we can notice that when the index goes up, that the relative strength is for emerging markets, when down for developed markets. So these countries are stronger then. And what can we notice? That from 76 to 82, much more stronger were emerging markets. After that, from 82 to 86, stronger were developed markets. Then opposite, from 87 to 94, emerging markets, after then switch and again developed markets. And maybe I changed to multiplical model to see that better. That is the same, but without logarithmic. And we can notice that to 2000, again, emerging markets. And after that, from 2011 to 2020, 21 maybe, again, developed markets were much more stronger. I used a Hardrick-Prescott filter, and we can notice that that is cyclicity. That with these dates that I mentioned, sometimes we have a double bottom, but we have cyclicity. And after that, I moved on to portfolio equity data from the World Bank, and the definition from World Bank is that portfolio equity includes net inflows from equity securities other than those recorded as direct investment and including shares, stocks, depository receipts, American, global, and direct purchase of shares in local stock markets by foreign investors. After that, I summed that for those countries, and we can notice that for emerging markets, data from 88, it's quite weak, so we will see in a moment when we compare with this inflows after that. So first search, we can notice that is 93, maybe 94. Then this level is stable, and after that period, from 2002 to 2010, we have another wave of surge. The opposite situation we can notice on net inflows to developed markets, because first big surge is to 2000. For example, from 95 to 2000, that is one first big surge, and then this label is quite stable, and another higher volumes are from 2011 to 2020, maybe 21. We can also add it to it. When we focus on the period from 75 to 87, we can also notice that is something like cyclicity. For example, in inflows to emerging markets, first surge of inflows is to 82. Then we have now even outflows, and opposite situation is in developed markets. We can notice that 86 is really strong, and this capital flows to developed markets. So it's also visible that not every year is the same, and this cyclicity is perfect, but the general trends we can notice. So I decided that I take this periods from indices and compare inflows in these cycles. So first cycle from first period from 76 to 81 was our beginning, and the next period from 82 to 87, we can notice that is strong domination of developed markets. Next period from 88 to 94, opposite, emerging markets. Another one from 95 to 2000, developed market, and from 2001 to 2010, again, emerging markets were much more stronger. From 2011 to 2021, we can notice that at the beginning, when I checked that, it seems quite different, because relative growth was similar. Generally, these inflows to developed markets are much more stronger. Approximately 5 to 10 times even when we compare with emerging markets. But I was wondering what happened. Then I thought about crypto, because it's a new instrument, and I checked crypto capitalization, and when I sum up to developed markets, this theory started working, that was time for developed markets. When I checked that, I decided to correlate these values with indices. I mean, the returns of indices, and also inflows as a sum, and then returns from each year to year. When I started calculating from 76 for emerging markets, there wasn't any correlation. That stems from probably lack of data from 70s and the beginning and of 80s from World Bank. But after that, we can notice that is a correlation, quite strong even. especially for short periods of time. For developed markets, this correlation is quite stable. It's not so high, but it's important and significant. After that, I built ARIMA, and from ARIMA we can read that probably that period that we are approaching will be in the favor of emerging markets. So emerging markets will be stronger. I mean indices and stock markets. General findings focus that there are alternating large increases of stock exchanges indices on the stock exchanges of developed and emerging markets in periods from 6 to 11 years. And that is maybe a little bit shorter than typical Juglar business cycle, because some thinks that that is from 7. That is, of course, negotiable. The cyclicity is also visible in net inflows of portfolio equity of the stock markets. And there are years in which this relationship doesn't exist or was relatively weak. So we have cyclicity, but not every year is the same, and generally is perfect with this cyclicity. So thank you for your attention. If you have any question, just let me know. Don't hesitate and ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blonsky. Any question? Let's continue. 8th. I'm sorry. 8th article. Black feminism in relation to Black lesbianism and analysis. It is prepared by Ms. Rita Mamandal.
Dear Akman, actually, he will not present in this session.
Okay,
So
let's continue. Last paper.
Yes.
Examination of customers' choice of clinic materials with conjoint analysis. It is this paper prepared me and my colleagues. Gülşen Akman, I am Tolgoflu Ali İhsan Boyacı. I am associate professor in industrial engineering in Kocaeli University in Turkey. I will share my presentation. I'm sorry. This is my presentation. This is my agenda. I will start with introduction section and then continue literature review. And I will talk about methodology, conjoint analysis, then findings and discussion, and at the end, or lastly, conclusion and recommendation. In order for business to cope with the customer conditions in the consumer markets, companies needs to be able to produce their products that meet demands of their consumers. In order to compete with many products in the market and to be the reason for preference, the consumer wishes gain importance. In this context, it's of great importance to understand the preferences and needs of consumers in the selection of cleaning products and to produce according to preferences. I am sorry. Aim of our study is to determine the degree of importance which factors affect selection of cleaning products, and to determine which of the determined levels of these factors will be determined more. After that, it is examination of which features the company should give importance to the productions of cleaning products according to consumer preferences. Now we can see some studies about related with a conjunction analysis. Slaoui and Spici examined importance of packaging designs and the role of packaging as a vehicle for consumer communication using conjoint study among consumers for packaged food products in Thailand. Another study, Ong et al. Investigated the combination of milk tea attribute that was referred using a conjoint analysis approach. Ossiang et al. Examined the comparative importance of the 6 heuristic attributes with respect to review helpness in the online hotel review context. In this study, conjoint analysis was used. I am sorry. It is used to determine the degree of importance of the factors in the selection of cleaning products and to determine which of the determined levels will be demanded more. A conjoint analysis is one of the most widely used multivariate statistical analysis method. It is used to measure and determine how consumer preferences change within the scope of multi-feature and qualified products. Methodology section, in this method or conjoint analysis, firstly, factors which is affect the consumer preferences are determined. Then cards consisting these factors are prepared. Then these cards, for these cards, evaluation of the features of the products, a questionnaire is prepared and applied to consumers. For our study, price, brand, scant, accessibility, and degree of promotion were determined the characteristics or features for cards. For evaluation of these cards, a questionnaire prepared and it is applied to 10 decision makers to determine most preferred characteristics. Were applied electronically. Factors affecting the cleaning products and their levels are here. Scant degree has 3 levels: low, middle, and high. Price factor has 3 levels. Below 40 Turkish lira, between 40 and 6 Turkish lira, and higher than 60 Turkish lira. Degree of promotion has 2 levels, yes and no. Availability has applicability has 2 levels, easy and difficult. Brands, we determined 4 brands: Bingo, Jif, Domestos and Domol. These products are produced in Turkey and used widely all over the Turkey. It is not possible to list of all possible combinations in terms of the survey technique. Therefore, we used orthogonal layout. To determine critical level of criteria. Orthogonal layout method take into account only main features, assuming that the selection of each feature and its level is independent of each other. This layout was realized with SPSS statistical software program. A combination number of the criteria is 144. This number is very high. To decrease this number, orthogonal subsets are created to evaluate the many possible combination. 25 card ID and 4 holdout card ID is created in orthogonal design. These are the defined cards. We defined 29 cards, including the characteristics of the preferences. Conjoint analysis doesn't have a graphical interface in the SPSS program. For this, we should create a syntax in SPSS program. For our example, syntax code created as like this. In order to prepare this syntax, 2 previously obtained files are needed. These are plans file, data file. Plan file contains orthogonal design in the research. Data file includes the points given to the cards by the survey participant. 10% participate to our question, our survey. Education level here. Most of them graduated from university. Mostly their age between 25 and 35. Mostly they are, most of them are teachers. Also here we use the results. It is produced by SPSS software program. We evaluate results according to utility estimate. Highest point means this level, most important level for this feature. For example, for brand, Domestos brand, the most important brand for cleaning products. Also, easy level of these features is important. Having a promotion is excuse me, not having promotion is important. Below 40 Turkish lira is important. Scant degree, as a scant degree, high degree is important. We can define conjoint model S. This is the constant plus 0.800 domestos plus 0.344 easy or availability, excuse me. 1.260 promotion plus minus 1.259 price, etc. like this. You can see here conjoint model of our study. Result of the model of the best factor levels yields a benefit of 15,225 units. Then we investigate correlation analysis for this research. Here we can see a correlation value and Kendall's tau value. We can see from here a Pearson correlation coefficient. There is a very high correlation between established conjoint model and the observed results. Now I can talk about, I want to talk about conclusion and recommendation. In the study, factors affecting the preference of cleaning products by the consumer and their levels were investigated. Conjoint analysis is used to determine importance level of consumer preferences and which features are important for consumer preferences. And as a result of the analysis of the data collected by the questionnaire questionnaire and results of the SPSS software program, we can see that the most important factor in the preference of cleaning products is the brand, then followed by price, promotion, and accessibility. Thank you very much for your listening. I am sorry.
We have closed the sharing. Thank you very much, dear Professor Dr. Gülşen Akman.
I want to say thank you all participants and for their valuable presentation. I hope we can see each other in next CEO Congress. This is the last presentation. We can finish our session. Kerim hocam çıkalım mı artık?
Hocam ağzınıza sağlık. Çok teşekkür ederiz. Mesaj da geldi birkaç tane. Mugayn Birhan teşekkür ediyor size.
Hı hı.
Bitirebiliriz hocam.
Tamam.
Teşekkür
Again,
ediyorum.
thank you very much for everyone, their valuable